Okay, welcome to the Colorado Springs or Pikes Peak, Queens. They're currently in practice. We'll be getting started here momentarily. Again, this is the Colorado Springs Queens tournament here at KingPin Lanes, Colorado Springs. Practice will be, looks like you got about 3 or 4 more minutes and we'll be getting started. Okay, practice has come to a conclusion. Getting ready to begin this year's Colorado Springs Queens Tournament. Our focus pair today will be 5, 6, 7, and 8. I'll get a roster here momentarily. This will be a 6-game block, I do believe. Then we're going to cut to the top 8, do double elimination match play to determine our winner. Looks like we're going to have first balls going down the lane here momentarily. There's on 7 is Alicia Giambri. She was last year. She was the very first junior lady to ever cash in this tournament. So she does have that distinction. Comes out with a strike. There's Chelsea Tonsing on 6. Comes a little high, leaves at 6-10. Again, this is game 1. And make sure I get all our facts and figures and everything straight for you. But I do believe it's a 6-game qualifier. Then we'll cut to the top 8 for match play. It is double elimination. I'll be back with the roster here momentarily. All right. Queens is underway. Game 1. That's going to have to hurry. Gets there. Leaves a 4-pin. Carry on 6. Sandy debates. Strikes on 8. Rings 10. Chelsea Thompson with a nice strike there. There we go. Breaks up the split there. Good shot. Lane 6. We have Danny Walbaum there in lane 6. She just won in the Denver Queens, they have different divisions for the youth, and she did win that. So she is a Denver Princess winner. Good shot there. There's Ava Henderson. She's on 8. And take care of that spare. Chelsea comes a little high there, 4, 6, 7. Leaves the split. Sandy looking to take care of her spare. Chelsea's probably going to go for 2 here. Does do that. She comes in high. She leaves a 4, 6, 7 as well. There we go with a Brooklyn there on 6. And a Brooklyn on 8. That one doesn't carry. Leaves a 4, 7. Then take care of the spare. Got to open there on 8. Danny leaves 210. Nice shot there on 6. Danny's going to go for the spare. Nice. Great conversion there. And we're about halfway through game 1 of the 6-game qualifier here, Colorado Springs Queens at KingPin Lanes, Colorado Springs. Chelsea comes in high, crosses over, leaves just a 3-pin. Danny comes in high again, leaves just the 3, 6, 10 this time. A little easier to get. Danny does take care of her spare. Good shot there on 5. Ava Henderson with the wash out there on 8. The 1-2-10. Brenna looking to take care of the 4-6-10. It's a split there. Should probably go for 2. Actually, I think she just went for a test. See what kind of reaction she got there. She figures it's going to be an open. Go ahead and open early. The tournament itself. There's Chelsea. That one comes in high. 3-6. Crossover there, but does strike on lane 5. Bates comes in high again. 3-9-10 for her. Chelsea chops the spare. Yeah, Danny does strike there on lane 5. Oh, just gave it a run. Ten pin there. Nice shot there for Brenna on lane 8. Here's Lucia on 7. Gets a little mixer action going. Gives her a double. Carry there misses the 10 pin. Sitting on 123 and a 7th. Got another 4-6-10 on lane 7. It's a nice strike there on 6. Gives her a turkey. Henderson gets 2. Danny looking for a double here. All right, getting to the 9th frame. Chelsea getting the ball, spark off the corner there. Leaves a 3-6. Danny. Wall ball looking for a turkey. He's got it. So Danny can finish out at 232. All right, joining me today, Mr. Howard.
Good morning.
One Aaron version. There's several Howards out there, so I have to specify which one it is.
Appreciate it.
Gotcha.
Love being here.
Did you drive down today?
Yep, drove this morning. Yep.
Far cry from what the weather was like Friday?
Yeah, not a bad drive at all.
Friday, if you didn't live in Colorado, Friday we had a snowstorm that was gone by noon.
That is a fact.
Didn't even look like it snowed by 3 o'clock.
Yeah, they closed schools in Jeffco. By 9 o'clock, the roads were just wet.
Yes.
There wasn't even slush anymore. And by noon or 1 o'clock, they were almost dry.
Yes. It's a perfect time to own a car wash.
Amen to that. I used one.
There you go. All right, so we're at the Queens, Colorado Springs Queens, fresh off the Queens in Denver a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
Mom, your wife bowled?
Yes,
and
she did.
And your daughter.
And daughter, yep.
Yep.
Daughter made the Big Queens match play, lost to Jennifer Couples by a couple pins, but it's her first time making the cut in the Big Queens. She won the Princess version twice.
Awesome.
But she qualified and made the cut and ultimately lost by a couple pins, but it was the first time making the cut. My wife was the defending champion for the Duchess division. So it makes her an automatic seed.
Yes.
But she didn't need it. She qualified, I think, 3rd or 4th.
Yes.
And then came from behind in both of her first and second matches to win both of those. And then lost the ultimate match, finished second, which no complaining about that.
No, first and seconds are good. First and seconds are good.
Yeah, pretty awesome performance back-to-back years. She's bowling very well this year. It's her first time bowling 2 leagues in more than a decade.
Really?
Yep.
She got the bug back again now?
Yep. Now the kids are older and there's more time and not so worried about things in life and can focus on her a little bit. So.
Gotcha. Obviously, she's bowling well. She bowled extremely well at the Queens.
Yep.
And then Haley, to go from, because that was a question we had when we were doing the Denver Queens was, has anyone won Princess Division and then the Queens?
Emily would be my only guess.
I think, and I don't think she did it actually. She may have. I don't, because the ultimate question was, has there anybody won all 3 divisions? Which we know that hasn't happened yet.
I wouldn't think so. No.
That's a tough feat right there.
Right.
Because you either can catch that middle division coming up or coming back.
Right. Yep. You're right. Yeah. You would have to. It'd have to be one or the other. You're accelerating or you're decelerating as life changes. I will say.
Absolutely. Or you could have bad years and you moved into the Duchess realm and but
health problems and
absolutely
life happens.
So yeah, they're all. That was our question was, has anyone won all 3? And the answer ultimately was no. They're hoping someday somebody will.
That would be an incredible feat, in my opinion. Man, to even think about that. I mean, because ultimately you had to win it as a kid. Because you only get that opportunity as a child.
Yes.
So so you're talking, in my opinion, probably age 14 at the youngest, 15 probably realistic at the youngest, as high as maybe 18 or 19 because it's college age.
Yep.
But now it's 18 for sure because they max that out. So 18 is now the official age of youth.
Yep.
Officially by USBC standards. And then they are adults from that point forward. So, that's a tiny window as a youth.
Yes.
To win and then to move to the next division because, as in my opinion, based on the youth that we have bowling now, because they are extremely talented young
Yes.
players, and we've seen that over the course of even since Haley was a youth player. The youth girls were doing as good or better than the Duchess division average-wise, and a lot of people are like, I don't understand how that's possible. And the easy explanation is because they almost all bowl Mile High Tour.
Yes.
So they all have that sport experience and that competition experience, all that tougher pattern experience, anything you want to make it harder, they have that, where most of the Duchess players
Didn't have
don't.
that growing up.
They don't, right. They didn't have it growing up. They don't compete in a lot of they didn't have Mile High Tour, didn't have that experience, don't bowl a lot of ABT maybe, or anything that it has sport or challenge conditions, so they don't have that experience. So when all of a sudden the ball goes 60 feet and they go, whoops, now what? And there's lots of question marks and their eyes are big as tomatoes, they're not making those adjustments. It's just not happening.
Correct. And traditionally, the Dutchess are usually your 185.
185, I think, and below is right, is the Duchess, and then because it's like a classified like 165 to 185,
Yes.
I think.
And then those are usually your players that are mid-level league players.
Yep.
Or from the female perspective, mid-level to mid-high level league players.
Right, absolutely.
And then, so usually, like you're saying, especially now because youth have so much, and they've got so much better, so much quicker, is coming out, they're probably going to be in the Queen's division right out the gate.
Correct.
So
And Haley was. I mean,
Absolutely.
Emily was. Haley was. Brenna Tripp was. I mean, you name all the girls who bowled at the collegiate level.
Yep.
Literally went from college level to adults and bowled the big queens. They were bowling the open division. They were not bowling classified.
Yes. So you would come out of Princess having won that.
Right.
You may go to college, may not. So if you do go to college, gone for a couple years, come back, bowl Queens. Then you have to, again, get established as a Queens because you're going to have the women that are here already who are pretty good.
The established women. Well, yeah, I mean, good Lord, you've got Team USA players, senior Team USA players. Yikes.
Yes, the whole gamut.
I mean, good Lord, some of the best women in the country live here.
Yes. So you have to deal with that, and then you happen to win that, so now you've got two under your belt. So then, but you're going to be at that high level for a while, or you're hoping for that idea.
Yep.
So then you're at the high level for an extremely long time. Then you may catch it on the backside when you're getting a little older. Because face it, everybody gets older.
It's
It's just the nature of the beast. It's just a matter of how long you can keep because your mind is going to be still there, meaning
Sure.
intact. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I need to do this. I need to do this. It's whether the body's going to allow you to do that. Your mind tells you
Amen
what
to that.
do.
Boy, don't I know it. I'm a good example of that. I at one point obviously was substantially stronger player, higher average, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Life changes, physicality changes, and yeah, it just doesn't work out that way.
Yep. And everybody's going to get it at some point in time. I don't care who you
100%.
are. Father Time is yet to be defeated.
It wins every time. Mother Nature and Father Time are champions.
No doubts about it. So then you catch it on the backside of it and then pull it off. So I'm assuming it's probably going to happen one day. The only caveat to that is this, too, because we got to thinking about it, was that when you're at that high level and you're coming down as you get older or whatever, there's some people who can't face that fact, so they just stop.
Sure, right?
I'm
sure.
done, I'm done. Versus, I'm just doing it just to have fun still and be a bowler.
Compete within your abilities, we'll say.
Yes, absolutely. So that's the tough part. But then you may also have somebody like a Sharon Powers who refuses to go in that direction.
She's unbelievable.
She is.
She's ridiculous. I've had the fortune to bowl, or misfortune maybe, to bowl against her, and she whoops my butt more often than not. But I have boatloads of respect for her, and I love bowling
doubt.
against her. Bowled with her. Haley was fortunate to bowl with her the first year or two with the Princess side of it, which I think is something that's a unique thing in the Denver side that they do, and I think is crucial. I hope that comes back because I think the growth aspect for the princess side, seeing and respecting the older crowd or the mature crowd or the quality of player or however you want to verbalize it with utmost respect. You got to go out there and see that and be like, oh, I want to be like that.
Exactly. And with her, so I sat down and talked to her when we were at the Denver Queens. Here's Haley going to pick up her 710.
Yeah,
I got faith in this.
I believe in her.
Exactly. Give it a run.
That's good for
Right.
one.
Yeah,
All
absolutely.
Right.
Never give up pins. Because what happens if you miss a cut by one? You'd be mad.
That's right.
But talking to Sharon, the question that came up was, when's the last time she averaged under 200?
Oh, Lord.
Would you like to know? When do you think that was?
Wow. Well, I mean, I bowled against her 20 years ago, and she was over 200 by a long shot. Shot 300 at me, like
Take some
against
of that.
me.
Exactly.
Yeah, I ate full sandwich of that. I'm going to guess probably 30 years ago.
It was the 80s, 1980s. So it was the last
So
time
I was
she
wrong.
averaged.
It's more than 40,
Yeah, that's.
and that was
It's hard
probably
to
prior
quantify
technology.
how good that is.
Wow.
Because averaging 280s is different than averaging 200 now.
Oh, 100%. Oh, yeah. Yeah, technology was miles different. I mean, most of the bowling centers were, I mean, well, maybe not most, probably 50-50 wood and synthetic in
Yeah, they
in
were
the Denver
starting
market.
to change, and getting machines. You had a padded machine, or even a Century 100.
Oh, right. The oil machines, right. The
Yes.
lane conditioning machines, right.
Yeah, exactly.
They didn't clean. The lane machines did not clean at that juncture.
No, if it was a Century 100, you started cleaning by hand. Absolutely.
Yep, I remember. I did that.
The fun old, good old days.
Yeah.
So for her to go through all of that and be so consistent and great, not even good, she's great throughout all the time, speaks volumes about who she is. And one of the most humble people you ever meet as well.
I love talking with her because she is so humble and she's such a vision of the sport and the way she sees it. She doesn't hate on the younger generation for coming and getting her per se. She loves to see the growth of the sport. They're coming, and she knows they're coming. She appreciates they're coming, and it only makes things better for the sport, in my opinion.
Oh,
because she embraces the growth from the downside, if you will, the youth movement.
Oh, most definitely. She even, when we did the Queens in Denver, so she bowled, the Queens was on Saturday, and then they had the Duchess Princess on Sunday.
Correct.
So she comes back on Sunday just to watch the Duchess and Princesses and give any advice that she can give. And many of the youth, they look up to her, came to her. She's helping, saying, hey, this is what I would do, this, that, or whatever. And they really, really cherished her being there.
Absolutely.
And that's what I was telling her. And she's like, I'm happy to be here. And they don't understand this makes me happy versus them. And it's, for both sides of the equation, it was great. Because she didn't have to show up. She sit at home on every one of her trophies that she got and be sitting on a big mountain.
Amen to that.
But she's comes out and, like I said, supported the Duchess and the Princess to let them know that, hey, I'm not too big to talk to you.
That's right. Well, and I witnessed that because she came to the pair my wife was on. She helped Kayla Osi. I believe that's correct way you pronounce her last name. I don't want to mispronounce it.
No worries.
Former name Kolich. Her mom was a good player. Kayla's a good player. She left the game for a while, came back, bowling in the Duchess division again because she was gone for a while.
Absolutely.
And she was struggling a bit, and Sharon came down, got her set up, and she made match play because Sharon showed up. I mean, to that exact, to your exact point, I witnessed that, and I think that's, again, that testament to the generation of sharing and giving that information.
Yes. Most definitely. And I've always said that from this perspective, the women are more, like the Queens is a good example. So Queens here, as well as the Denver, is that during qualifying and even a little bit of match play, they're always high-fiving, helping each other out, doing this, that, or whatever. Men, when you get to the Masters, they ain't talking to nobody.
Right.
And not saying one's bad or the other, but it's just the nature of the beast of the two different way people see things.
Absolutely. Well, and And you're right. I mean, I would, as a competitive player myself, at a younger age, I wasn't giving my competitor anything,
Exactly.
not one lick. And to be fair, because in most cases, all of that generational player, they're capable of doing just
Yes.
as much as I am, and because I'm seeing it differently or whatever, and I'm scoring, I'm not sharing that info. But now that I'm bowling the Rocky Mountain Senior Tour, that doesn't exist the same way.
Yes.
It is completely different. We are all older, physically changed. The mentality is different. We're just there on a different level. Yeah, we're all trying to win, sure, but it's a much friendlier environment.
Oh,
In my opinion, we're just. And I've seen it more than a few times. People are like, "Hey, I see you're struggling. Hey, why don't you blah blah blah?" And a lot. We have the women that are competing with us, and if we see the gals on our pairs because they travel with us and they compete with us, and we're willing and wanting to share that information with the gals because we want them to do well also. Again, it's a change in environment through time.
Oh,
I guess
absolutely.
would be the best way to explain that.
I think as you get older, you realize a couple things. That you are, when you come, like for the seniors, you show up in your bowl and you realize, hey, you know what? I can still do this. Have the ability to still do this, so I'm happy to be out here. Just to be out here is a win,
Sure.
more than anything else. And then, yes, there's a competitive spirit where you want to win and things of that nature, but it's not nearly as cutthroat as it was when you were younger.
100%, completely different. We're cheering against each other to a much smaller degree, I guess would be the right thing, because again, we're trying to make the cut. But at the end of the day, if somebody gets up and performs, it's hats off, it's high fives, it's good job, it's get it, good job. I mean, at the end of the day, that's it.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
the no other way to put it. and I love that about it. And I promote that tournament because of that, because the camaraderie is different.
No doubts about it. All right, we do now have a roster. So
Hot dog.
at the top, Dana Osick, who's won this event 3 times. Julia Boger,
Yep.
Shannon Canfield, Lori Coors, Debbie Kramer, Jen Couples. Jennifer is from Colorado Springs.
Yep.
It's only a matter of time before she's going to win this.
I'm shocked she hasn't, to be honest.
So was I when they were doing the announcements. Me and you both.
She's a very quality player.
Yes. Sandy Debates, Wanda Ellis, Carrie Enders, Zach's lady friend,
Yep.
Julia Garcia, Lucia Giambri.
I don't know her.
No,
Never heard of her.
there's a youth.
Yep.
Karina Garasso, another great player.
Yep. Bowled collegiately.
Absolutely. Carrie's, I didn't slide her either. Carrie Enders is a good player.
Yeah.
Ava Henderson, another youth. Ashley Hill. Haley Howard, talking about
I might know
collegiate
her.
player. Yeah, do you know her?
I might know
You
her.
might want to introduce yourself to
Yeah.
her. Kathy Howes, Tish Johnson. You want to talk about a player who could play? Most decorated. If you were to take everybody in the state and just look at their accomplishments from a bowling level, probably the most decorated player in the state of Colorado.
Yep.
She's won a lot of things
Yes, she has.
and a ton of money.
Yep.
Stephanie Kaufman, Kirsten Lee, another youth. Michelle Malley, surprised she hasn't won this yet.
I agree.
Very good player. Christina Marshall, McIntyre, Angie Manini, Angie and Ashley.
Yep.
Lori
Mom and
Meyer.
daughter, yep.
Lisa Nielsen, Carrie Perrin, Angela Pittsford, Erin Pullett, Savannah Porter, Allison Rains. Did we get to page 2? This is a good thing.
Yep. 48 players today.
Yes. Nevea Rivera, another youth. Sabos.
Yeah, Rena Sabo. Yep.
Yep. And not even going to try that one just
That's
yet.
Atana.
Slunker.
Atana. Yeah, she's a youth too. She was a youth. She bowled against Haley.
Okay.
She's from Colorado Springs. That's why I know her. Atana Sloniker is, I think, is the correct pronunciation.
There you go. I'm happier that you went for that one and messed it up versus me.
I'm just lucky I happen to know.
Amanda Stark, Pamper Stone.
She's from north, way north.
Yes, she gets the furthest travel award probably.
Yep.
Well, no, because Carrie's
Oh, yeah.
Greeley.
You're right.
So
You're
they're
right.
probably a little further.
Yep.
Mariah Tipton Hamilton, Chelsea Tonsings from North as well. Harmony Trent, I'm surprised she hasn't won this yet either. Brenna Tripp. Always call her Brianna.
Yeah.
Brenna Tripp. Haley Beos, another youth. Andrea Wagner, Linda, and Danny Walbaum, mom and daughter.
Yep.
Danny, like I said, is a youth. She just won the Princess Division.
Yep, she
at
sure
Denver.
did. In Denver, yep, man. She just signed with Newman University.
Yep.
She's going to go bowl for Billy.
Yes.
That's going to be a great thing. Great thing. I'm looking forward to see what that looks like in a few years. Danny's already good. I can't imagine what that's going to look like after 4 years with Billy.
Oh, absolutely.
Good Lord.
Absolutely. And did well. We just came back from high school state, team and singles. I think singles, she went out in a round of 8. Along with Lucia, they both went out in a round of 8. Their team didn't end up making the cut, but they had a great time. It's their last year, all seniors.
Yep.
So now they're moving on to the next phase and
Yep.
going into the big pool, and
That's
they're
right.
all happy to jump into the pool.
Yep.
They're not scared. There's no doubts about that.
No, the youth, they're not scared at all. That's for sure. Yeah, it looks like a Carrie Warner. I've never heard of her.
No, not at all.
New name there.
Absolutely. Catherine Williams, Lori Yarbrough, and Caitlin Lawrence.
Caitlin, I believe she's from down here as well and was a youth player back in the day, if it's the right person. If I'm thinking of, not 100% sure
Gotcha.
because I didn't actually see her, so I could be wrong.
Nice shot there by Haley on
Oh,
6.
Yeah, and she's bowling with Atana. That's who's on the left there.
Yep. There's a lot of splits to be had out there, to be honest with you. They got them moving pretty good.
It is a boatload of friction, more so than even expected. We bowl the Rocky Mountain Senior Tour here. We knew coming down when we were driving, Haley and I spoke about it, we knew we would see friction. Shocked, actually, at how much we started with. A little concerned what it's going to look like game 3. But, yeah, you'll see a boatload of splits on your screens today.
Yes.
No doubt about it. That young lady just threw the ball two-handed. She's on Haley's pair as well, and I got to watch her practice. I believe she's a youth as well.
Yes.
Good Lord. Somebody put some time and effort into that game. That is a better than average two-handed game, boy or girl, man or woman. That is really good.
Yes, Nevaeh is. I talked to her when we were at state, and she's still super young. I do believe. I don't even think she's a senior yet. And so, just gave her a couple pieces of advice. I said, the one thing you should always remember for the rest of your life is, at the crux of this, is you need to have fun. The more fun you're having, the better you're going to do. When
Amen
you
to
start
that.
really, really stressing about things, bowling-wise or any sport, you really, really start stressing it, you're going to feel it, and it's not going to be very conducive to you.
Absolutely. No, you're 100% right. You start chasing it and you're stressed about it, it's not happening. I don't care who you are, what ball's in your hand, what condition you're on. It could be the Great Wall of China you're bowling on. It does not matter. If you don't have the right feel, I guess, or the right emotional state, it does not matter.
No,
Does not matter
at all. You can make the Great Wall of China look very, very hard.
That's right.
And then you can make something extremely hard look very easy. As if you're going out there with an open mind and just, okay, you know what? Take what the lane gives me and have at it.
That's the only way you can attack anything. I look at the patterns that we bowl on anytime we go, no question. But I also really make sure my eyes are open. I let the ball and the lane tell me what's going on. I'm not always 100% sold on the condition. One, machines are machines. They break. People push wrong buttons. Machines run out of lane conditioner. Maybe they don't clean right. Maybe there's a boatload of reasons, and not because there's negative intentions involved. It's just a machine. Things happen.
Oh,
And so I always am very importantly thinking about what I'm seeing more than what it's supposed to be X. I don't care.
Yeah, that was one of the blessings and the curses when they came out with a bunch of patterns and showed people what patterns were. And you had in the early stages, you had all these videos of, hey, This is the pattern. You should play it here. Yada yada.
Right.
This, that,
This
whatever.
is a surface you should put on X bowling ball. You should use a asymmetrical as opposed to a symmetrical bowling ball, and you should use a pin up or pin down. I agree with you. Everything you're about to say is what I agree with.
The problem that I had with it is that the one thing that's you most definitely always have to take in consideration, I don't care what they put out on the lane, is said topography. That's going to override every bit of anything that goes out there. If the lanes are going to hook, a.k.a. Crown is a good example. If you can put out a flood out there, it's still going to hook. And then if you get new surface, that's, it's turkey, by the way. You get new surface, which is super slick, and you put out cheetah, it's still going to be a little harder than normal cheetah is.
That's right.
So your idea or your thought process is something that I've always subscribed to and try to explain to people is throw a ball, see what it does, make an adjustment. Don't overthink what you're seeing out there. At its basic core, all you're doing is throw a ball, seeing where the friction is. Okay, let me go there and just go from it.
Right.
Unless you get a whole bunch of friction, then you're looking for where the oil's at.
Right. That's right. As a bowler, you're looking for friction or you're looking for non-friction. Take your pick,
Exactly.
or a combination there of both. But again, it's based on the player and what they do. But it doesn't change anything. You're still looking for that, whatever that is. And if you don't see that, then of course everybody panics, rightfully so. I mean, it's a natural knee-jerk reaction. Everybody's going to panic when they don't see what they are expecting or wanting to see.
Correct. Absolutely. And you know you're in a good spot when you got hold and hook. You're going to have a great day.
That's right.
You're going to have one of the best days.
That's right. And you're carrying when you get hold and you carry and you miss right or respectively left if you're left-handed and you're still striking. You're right. 100% true.
Those are some great days.
That's right, because things are going to be high scoring. You know it. And that's just saw the missed 10-pin there, and I think we'll see a boatload of that today.
Yep.
And again, based on the friction, not because the players are struggling, and it's not a call out on her. I know her. I've bowled against her at Rocky Mountain Senior Tour. She's a good player. It's not a slam on her. Don't misunderstand where I'm going. Again, I watched them practice. I saw the friction. We're going to see missed spares a lot today.
Yeah, the corners are actually going to be the tough spare today.
Right.
It normally is, but usually get
tougher.
yourself worked into. I've shot a lot of 10 pins, and it's okay. I got it. Today, now you're going to have to reinvent it a little bit and know, okay, I'm a four-bagger. I've got this 10 pin. I've either got to throw a little harder at it or move a little further left and create more angle at it because it's going to hook.
It's going to hook. Yep.
Good shot.
There you go. See, I told you she's a good player. I wasn't lying. Again, it was no indictment on her missed 10-pin. I know she can bowl. She's a nice gal.
I'm going out on a limb and say she won't be the only person to miss a 10-pin today.
100%. Haley missed one already, so again, it ain't an indictment on her. I like her. I know her. She's a good player.
And there's going to be a lot of 10-pins.
Amen to that. Yeah, well, the angle's so high.
Yes.
I already put a bet out that there will not see a blower 8-pin today because the ball will hit it by accident, but we will see blower 9-pins.
Yes.
Or vice versa for lefties. We'll see blower 8s for a lefty, but won't see a blower 9-pin for a lefty.
Yes, absolutely.
There's Tish there going to go.
Looking at her 10th frame. Finish it out.
Wheel ball, wheel. That's what that was. I saw that action. Watched that on TV 100,000 times. You see that little hand gesture there next to her body. You know she's asking for it to wheel.
Yes, and they're just fighting because, like I said, there's a lot of friction. So then your tendency, you're going to scale down balls and try to throw a little.
Shove it away from you.
Exactly.
Yep, shove it away from the pocket.
To hit it, and then it wants to sail a little bit.
Yep.
So you got to find that fine window where, okay, I can get it a little bit and get it to still come back around the corner.
Yep, absolutely right.
There you go.
And this goes back to college play, ball selection, knowledge and experience, and that's why Tish made a spare. And I promise you, she's going to looking for a bowling ball.
Yeah, no doubt.
I guarantee you saw her walk off camera, and I promise you, she's going looking for a bowling ball. And if you don't think so, you're foolish.
Exactly. All right, Haley gets a 10-pin, first ball in the 10th.
That's all right. That's a good spot.
Yep.
She's that's college experience. Yep, there comes Tish with a bowling ball.
There you
Nice shot there.
Yeah.
It's like anything else, I guess. You know, we're both experienced players. More than a couple of times we've been in boats where we're either ahead or behind. Take your pick, make a spare, in the 10-11 spot, and okay, it's free ball time. I'm going to go experiment, whether it's I'm in a good position and bowling great, I'm expecting to see something in the next pair, or I'm bowling so bad it doesn't matter what ball I put in my hand. I need to just see something else. I want to try something else. Take your pick.
There you go.
But either way, and then she gets up and strikes. Shocker.
There you go. Because like I said, if you're bowling really good, okay, it's going to change later. So let me
Sure.
see what this ball is, because my natural instinct is, okay, I may go to this ball later. So if it gets a little short and it's hooking a lot, okay, cool. Go to that a little later, what have you. You just want to have these things in your mind.
Yep, there we go. Another 10-pin miss. Yep.
So she finishes 179. It's
That's not a bad game. Again, based on the fact that they're moving, we know that the lanes are going to change. She had a pocket 710 to start. Yep, it's all right. I'll take it.
There's another one in.
There you
Yeah.
Yep. Again, it's going to be an epidemic for the day.
Yes.
It's no indictment on anyone. It's
No.
just it's a condition of what's going on the lanes and what's being offered to them.
Trust me, if you make every 10 pin today that you left, you're bowling really good.
Exceptional.
Exactly.
You deserve a Cupid doll and maybe a check.
Yes, absolutely. So they're going to bowl 6 games of qualifying, cut to the top 8 for match play, double elimination. And then we will have our Queens winner.
That's right. Yep, we're through game 2, finishing game 2 now. There are only 4 on a pair, which is nice, so the pace will be quick.
Yes.
Which is, for what it's worth, I think 4 is a nice pace personally. Maybe a little quick for maybe my older age, but nonetheless, I think 4 is a good pace as a general rule of thumb. And those who don't make the cut are able to get out of here and head home, especially if they're driving, going back to Denver, going wherever. I know Karina. I saw Karina showed up separate of Carrie. I thought that was weird, and she opened up the trunk and there was bags and stuff. And I know she travels a lot for work. She's headed to El Paso today after bowling.
Oh.
So
There you go.
I guessed right. I'm like, oh, you must be headed out of town. She's like, I am.
Carrie didn't want to go to El Paso?
Carrie was not interested in going to El Paso. She was driving back to Greeley to go home. So, yeah.
It's like, if you're riding with me, you got to go to El Paso before we get back home.
Yeah. All right,
Yep.
moving on. Here we go. Game 3 coming. We're coming to the halfway point. Be interested to see what the scores are like. I'm going to take a stab at the cut after 2 because I imagine the first game people will generally bowl a little better. You know, they practiced on the pair, and then they move. I'm going to guess cut to be probably around 0-ish after 2.
Okay. I would call even minus, I'm going to say minus 10.
All right.
And they're going to have the scores here momentarily. We're going to be back with game 3 here in just a moment. Okay, game 3 of 6. Colorado Springs Queens, KingPin Lanes, and Colorado Springs. There's Michelle Malley on 5. Comes in a little high there for 7-9. Carrie Enders with a nice spare there. She was on lane 8. Christina Marshall's getting ready to be up on lane 6. Angela Pittsford will be on 8. Marshall with a nice shot there. Gives her a turkey. Malley gets 2. Carrie Enders. Start up looks like with a spare, double, spare. Good shot there. Carries all 10. Take care of the spare on 5. Got that. There's Malley on 6. We'll get a standing sheet here momentarily. Malley comes in high. Unfortunately leaves 3-6, 7-10. Good shot there on 5. Christina Marshall will be up on 5, looking for a 4-bagger. Michelle gets 3. Unfortunately, gives her back-to-back opens. Started with an open, spare, then back-to-back opens. All right, game 3 about halfway through for some ladies.
Yep, looks right. So we got Christina Marshall on the pair.
Nice shot there on 6. Christina Marshall started off with a spare, then a turkey, and then left a 10-pin. There's Carrie Enders. She trips him, gets him to go over as well.
She's next to Haley, and I heard her come back off the pair. She threw a double, and she said it was her first double of the day in the middle of game 3.
Wow.
I don't doubt it.
No. It's kind of a weird fine line. You want to play it kind of light, because I think they're coming in. Either got to go super high flush or come in light, because if you get that half pocket, you're leaving 10s all day.
Yep. That's Angela Manini, I believe. Yeah. She shot 800 this week.
There you go. She's trying to shoot 800 again today.
Might as well.
If you're going to do it in multiples.
Right. Go big. That looks like Michelle Malley, I believe, yeah.
Yes, it is. She's struggling a little bit. Started up with a pair of opens and a spare, then another pair of opens. Just can't get it to stay to the right. Leaves a 3-pin.
At least it's makeable.
It is. That it is.
In theory.
Yes. So that's the other running joke we have, too, is Lucia believes, because when we were talking before, we was always talking whether it was with Isaac or whatever, we'd be like, it's 3-pin, it's makeable. She goes, well, every spare is makeable. Well, true. Every spare is makeable. It's just the odds of making it.
Right. Yeah, it's a percentage thing, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Do I want to shoot at one pin or do I want to shoot a multiple twos? I'm going to
Absolutely.
shoot at singles.
Yes.
Individuals are my friend.
Yeah, if you had to pick up the 710 to eat for a week, it's going to be tough.
I'm
tough
not
sledding.
eating.
Yeah, it's tough sledding.
Well, I mean, I made it twice in my life, and I've bowled for 40-plus years. Yeah, I'm not thinking that's going to go well for me.
Yes.
I'm going to lose some weight.
I've made it, I think I've made it 3 times. Once at Cold Creek, twice at Sonesta.
Oh, wow.
On New Year's Day tournaments, back-to-back years is the only
that's
time I ever made
bizarre.
it there, which is the strangest thing.
That is super bizarre.
Big Four, only made one at Cold Creek,
I made
and
that
no
one.
one's seen it.
What?
It's bowling. My team lead a Big Four. They decide they're going to go do something, or go talk or whatever. Pick it up. The other team's excited. I turn around. No, my team's gone. They're just gone.
You need new teammates.
Yes.
That's
so
what
they
I
come
got out of
back
that.
and they look up and they're like, "You actually made that?" I was like, "Yeah."
Yeah, man. What do you think I am? Chopped liver? Come on, girl.
Exactly. So that was hilarious.
That is wow. That's bizarro.
It is.
Yeah, I've made the Big Four once or twice. I don't remember specifically, and then Greek Church once. I think only once.
Greek Church I probably made. I think I made that like 4 or 5 times.
Ooh.
I always go for the 3 side. They tell you never do it that way, but every time I've ever made it, 3 trickles the go 6-10,
Mhm.
6 slides across, gets the 4, and falls into the 7. But that's the only way I've ever made it. I've seen people pick it up from the 2 side, but I'm like, nah, I don't like to give up the count to boot.
Yeah, I'm not giving up the count either. The only way I made it was going for the 3 also. And you're right. They do say that your odds are higher going for the 2, but I cannot. It's against my religion almost, darn near it, right?
Exactly.
I'm not giving up the count.
Exactly.
I'm not doing it.
No doubts about it.
That's the bowling knowledge in me. It's knowing where you're at in the score and
Yep.
totals and what I'm going to do and whether it matters. I mean, I guess it's relative. I mean, if we're getting beat or we're crushing it, I mean that's a relative thing, right? But as a rule, I'm going for count
Yes.
almost every single time.
Yeah, because you never know when you may need it.
Mm-hmm.
People sometimes they'll sacrifice count in games 1 and 2 of a block and then end up missing the cut by like 5, and then they're like, well, if I would have made this spare over here. Well, if you probably got a little bit of count earlier, probably would have been there.
Yep.
So you got to take the whole big picture into the equation. If you go back and look at all your scores and you look, you're like, well, okay, I had a 7 at a big split here, and so I didn't get any. And then if you would have got a couple, that just adds up, especially if you're working off a strike. Those numbers double.
Mm-hmm.
2 is 4.
Yeah, that's it. Again, that's that bowling knowledge. I know Joe Strubel's putting a junior masters together in Fort Morgan, and
Awesome.
I told her in my old wisdom, I suggested that they do a bowling knowledge quiz for a scholarship, and she says, "What do you mean?" I said, well, let's do some basic knowledge, and I promise you probably won't get anybody to get them all right. And she's like, well, what are you thinking? I said, well, let's go basic stuff. You know, how many boards are on a lane?
Yep.
Center to center pins. What's that? What's the distance to the head pin? You know, I mean, whatever. 10 questions, and then a couple of scorekeeping questions. And she's like, oh, Lord, I never thought of that. And I was like, it would be eye-opening, I think, to especially the youth side to understand the scorekeeping aspect, because 99% of the youth don't keep score. They don't know how to keep score. They don't have to keep score. It's not part of what they have to do anymore because it's all electronic. I'm old. I had to keep score. I had to learn.
Absolutely. It burned a lot of hands on Telscore.
Oh, man, yeah. Towels. They used to put towels on the metal plate, I guess is the right terminology, that would lay over the top of the plastic screen. And good Lord.
And the youth really don't know how easy a habit that they didn't have to burn their hands. But the funny thing in that aspect was we were bowling a adult youth tournament in Strasbourg.
Oh, yeah.
And they still have Telscores, so
Yep,
it's
they
go by
sure do.
hand. So we're out there bowling, and we get to practice is over, go through frame 1, and we're waiting. I'm like, why are we waiting? So what happened is some of the youth didn't understand because they're so fixated on how the score works. So there's no arrow or the thing to move. So they're like, it's like, you got to remember when you're up. So it was so funny.
Oh my Lord! I never
The
thought
little
of it.
things that you take for granted. Absolutely.
Wow. Again, not something I would have thought about, but as soon as you started describing it, I'm like, oh yeah, no arrows, no highlighted name, no direction on what to do. Oh my
Absolutely.
Lord. Yeah, Gene wouldn't function well in that aspect. He needs the arrows, and then the highlighted name definitely help his situation for
It
sure.
was so funny. And we're talking kids anywhere from high school and down.
Sure.
And they're just, because they're so used to, like I said, highlight, arrow, I know I'm up, let's go.
You're right.
Now they're like, when they don't see that up there, they're like, oh. And then they're explaining to them a little bit about where you write the number at the bottom, it tells you
Right, how
how
many
many
marks,
marks. Exactly.
right.
And they're like, well, why'd you guys do that? I said, basically, it was a form factor to tell you how close you were.
Right.
Because you didn't have a set number at the bottom like you guys have now where it tells you
Right. Yeah.
where you're
you
at.
didn't have a running total at the bottom of the screen that told you what your total with handicap or scratch total, whichever the case might be.
Yeah.
So the mark total was how you knew where you were at. It was a rough estimate.
Yes.
And it was accurate enough
Yes.
to be able to get that information.
Yes. You knew if you were behind by 10, 15 marks, you lost the game.
You
There's no
it
way.
wasn't happening.
Exactly.
Yeah, that wasn't getting done.
Now 1 and 2, now you're
Yeah, you're in a
close.
you're in a dogfight.
Yep. So that's just hilarious of the little things that, and how, there you go, good shot.
Nice.
How technology has helped from where it was when I was a junior. Like I said, you were just getting into the phasing a little bit. Some centers still had obviously telescores, and some were electronic.
Yep.
And then you had, because I grew up here, down here in the Springs.
Okay.
So Bold here for juniors, another center that doesn't exist anymore, and then also, which is now Bolero Circle.
Okay.
So Bold there, and it's just it's amazing to see how it's changed from when I was a youth to now. Obviously,
Yeah, you're not going to get anybody to show up if there's not automatic scoring.
it's tough. It is tough. It is tough. They look at it, like I said, when we were at Strasburg, you're looking at it like, oh, righty then. And, of course, they had people from the center or who bowls there would
Right,
come and do
yeah,
the scoring.
Yeah, the Strasburg people in town.
Yes,
right?
they come and do the scoring. Because if you had a youth over there doing the scoring, you don't know what that number would have came out at.
Right. We talk about it like it's a funny thing, but it's an important factor to know how to keep score. It
Yes.
changes the way you
Look at-
perceive things, do things, and it's that bowling IQ. That's the right word, IQ.
Yep.
I cannot stress that word enough, and I try and teach that when I coach, especially the youth. I volunteer. I've done volunteer coaching in the city of Denver for more than 20 years, and I really stress the IQ side of it. You know, hey, you're on a double. Make sure you're getting count on that split. Make sure you're doing. And they're like, it doesn't matter. And so then I have to, hey, let me explain, because you're on a double. It's going to count double.
Absolutely.
And so they're like, okay. And I'm like, again, it doesn't make sense in frame 4. I appreciate that. I get it. I understand. It doesn't. But in the end of the day, it probably does somewhere down the road. It
Yes.
makes that difference. It might, it changes that game from 192 to 200.
Absolutely.
Or changes your series from 550 to 580. I mean, it's that flipping that script, if you will. And it's the IQ is crucial.
Absolutely. And when I deal with the youth, go through practices and things like that, and shooting spares, and they're like, oh, sometimes they blow them off and say, hey, here's the deal, I'll give you this, and this is my old adage: if you can, on every condition that you bowl on, throw a 9-bagger, I'll never talk to you about a spare ever again. You
Good
don't
luck.
have to make any spare ever.
Good luck. Yeah, that's a great one.
Because if you can average a 9-bagger every game, you don't have to worry about spares.
You never have to worry about a spare.
No.
And even the professionals don't do that.
No.
And there's a boatload of great bowlers and great scores, and they don't average 9-baggers.
No, not at all. Not at all. And that's the difference between once you get to that super high level and you're averaging 220, 230s, and you decide, okay, you know what, I want to try this out on tour or an original aspect. Okay, shot becomes a little tougher. You got to learn how to make spares, because you're not going to probably still average 230. So if you can make your spares and you're averaging 200, 210, you get checks. Once you start getting checks, you feel more comfortable about yourself, confident about yourself. Now you start making cuts. Make cuts. Now you start to, get into match play. And win. That's the way it works. I don't know anybody. I mean, I'm sure it's happened somewhere along the way, but I don't know anybody who's went to their first regional or went to their first PBA tournament and won the very first one they went to. Just doesn't happen.
No. I mean, there probably is someone somewhere, but it was. I don't know of it. But again, to your point, I'm sure lightning in a bottle happens, right? It does.
Somebody and I'm assuming it was probably a regional, not the national tour. Because you ain't going out there winning right out the gate.
Right, yeah. You were some obscure tournament in the middle of Tennessee or something where 40 guys showed up or something. You didn't do it when there was 80 or 100 guys on the floor.
Absolutely. And you most definitely, again, we can go through the history and the annals, and maybe somebody will be able to tell me this one lightning in a bottle that if you went back in the day to any of the majors, the Masters, the U.S. Open, where you had 400 or 500 players out there, I guarantee you didn't go out there and win it in your first shot.
No way. No. And even if you were bowling good back in the day, those guys were mean. They would do bad things to you in any way, shape, or form to make sure you didn't get any further ahead of them. Than, it was dirty.
Yeah. One of the stories I always tell people is this: is the very first U.S. Open I went to was in New Jersey. So we go, and you have your practice day, go through all the practice day, that's fine. And then next day is tournament begins. And back then you had 3 days of 8 games. Then they would cut to the top third or top quarter, bowl like 3 more games or something like that, cut, and then do your. I think they took 64. And then match play 64 down 32, 32, so on and so forth. But anyways, day one, out there getting ready to start. Practice is starting. Got like 10 minutes of practice. It's me and there's like 5 people on a pair. So 4 of us randos and 1 Randy Peterson. And I'm telling this story. Hopefully it'll probably get back to it at some point or whatever. But it's a true story. So Randy Peterson's out there, and he's on our pair. And he's got a ball rep with him, and he decides, I forget where lanes were, like say 11 and 12. So 11 and 12, he picks his ball on 11, his ball rep is behind him, he throws a shot on 11, comes back, picks the spare up, picks another ball up. So basically what happened was he and his ball rep blocking us out from 11, so all the rest of us, all 4 of us, had to practice on 12 while he's getting himself lined up on 11. So then once he went to 12, he moved over with his ball rep, and then we were on 11 and never got any shots. So he got as many shots as he wanted on the pair because it was just the most amazing thing. And I learned the halves from the have-nots immediately. So I said, I got to be one of them halves.
Right on. Wow.
But that's the way it worked. And I was like, okay, all right, I got you. That's a good one. That's a very good one.
That's crazy.
And the other thing I learned, too, at the U.S. Open back in the day was like the very first one I went to, day one, or at the beginning of the tournament, there's like 580 players.
Oh, right.
After we did the first day of 8 games, there was like 4 squads, A, B, C, D. So you come back the next day and you just rotate through. So if you're A now, you drop down, so on and so forth. So by the time I came back the second day, instead of 586 players, now you were probably down to about 420. 160 people just said, I ain't coming back. That was way too hard.
Way too hard, yeah.
Exactly. And then by the time you got to day 3, you were down to like 300 and something because people were just, they would not want to embarrass themselves enough to come back another day. But those patterns were hard. I mean, because the original U.S. Open pattern was 40 feet flat, 1-1, completely flat, 40 foot, and back then that was probably 2002, 3-ish, somewhere in there. So technology, obviously.
Early technology.
Yes. So it was tough. It was super, super tough. And it went like 4 years in a row. And same thing happened every year. It's in the same place in New Jersey, and 500 people. By the time you got through the end of qualifying, you had like 300 before you made the cut because half the people would stop showing up.
Wow.
It's just amazing.
And that was a Carol Air, I assume?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Carol Air. Yep.
$500 a pop, and people would show up for 8 games and be done. I am not coming back to this.
That's some spendy practice, my friend.
Yes.
Good Lord.
Absolutely.
Hope they were locals, didn't include airfare and hotels, right?
Absolutely. So now we moved into game 4.
Wow, that was super quick.
That is.
Hopefully we can get a cut sheet here and see where we're at.
Yes, I think I seen one go out the door. Give us a minute. We'll be back and go round up a sheet. All right. We'll round it up. And it looks like from our base investigation, after 3, it's a +4 is the number.
I'm shocked it's that high. I ain't gonna lie. I am shocked. I picked 0, and I absolutely thought that would be correct. I'm blown away that it's that high. From what I'm watching and seeing and talking with Haley in between with breaks, when you miss, it is maximum penalty, and it's because they're either throwing it through the break point or they're missing left and it is going through the face.
Yep.
Or they're leaving unmakeable, big combination, 6-count washout or buckets and multiple pin conversions, and if they're not striking, it's an adventure.
Yes, it is. There's Linda Wallbaum. She's going to be up on 7. Looks like she's kind of figured out strike. Spare double.
Yep.
I was watching Danny, her daughter. She started off this game with a strike, spare, and 4-bagger. So mom's trying to catch daughter.
Good luck. I think Danny's going to be better than her mom. And that's a strong statement because Linda is an outstanding player.
Yep.
Since no indictment on Linda by any stretch, other than to say that just good genes to Danny.
Yeah, and passing down all the knowledge. So
That's right.
She's at a better start place.
That's right.
Than Linda had, I would imagine.
Oh,
right?
I would agree. Yeah, Linda had to grow into it where Danny was just moved into it or
Yes.
grew up in it or however you want to put it. And it was funny, too, because we got to talk to Danny and Linda a couple weeks ago right after they announced that she was going to go to Newman.
Mm-hmm.
And I was telling Danny, because I know Billy a little bit from Haley's experience, because when Haley traveled at Baker, she traveled with Newman. She traveled with Kansas Wesleyan, so she knows Billy a little bit, who's the head coach at Newman. Billy, sorry, don't know Billy's last. I can't remember Billy's last name. I'll come to me. It's old age. Sorry, but either way, Billy's a great guy. He's an excellent coach. He's well respected. The people liked him, even if he wasn't their coach, etc. So I was like, you're going to have a great experience. I was just trying to be really positive for Danny because I don't know what all investigation she did looking for schools. And she's like, well, it's the only school we went to. We went there. We liked the campus. It was the right size. She says there's about 1,300 students. It's like, oh, similarities. Baker's only 1,000 students. I'm like, okay, I see it. So she's like, yeah, it's like my high school size. I'm like, again, the same thing Haley said. So it's a comfortable factor. She liked the campus. She liked Billy. And Billy's an excellent coach. She's going to have a great experience.
Awesome.
And then Linda came over, and she's like, I'm like, yes, the parental side is very challenging. I told Linda, and I didn't sugarcoat it. I said, Regina and I had the toughest drive of our life coming home when we left her there after an 8-hour drive there. We stayed the night. We got up the next morning. We had breakfast. And then it was the hardest 8-hour drive of our life coming home because we were leaving our little girl to her own vices. And, it went okay. I'm not going to lie. It went fine. But, I'm not going to say she's perfect because that would be an utter lie. But, it's like anything else. Growing pains in reality. Made her own bad choices as we all have done. So nobody's exempt to that. But, who doesn't? And she grew up for it, and she's a better person for it. Now she's home and doing her thing. But the point was, and I told Linda, I'm like, you just it's going to be the hardest thing you've ever done is to let go and to let Billy coach her. Mm-hmm. You have to take that as a parent, no matter how much knowledge you have. And Linda's got more experience than I do by a damn sight. She's won more things. She's done more things. So, and it sounds like I'm preaching to her. I'm not. I'm just trying to give her, the parental side, what I went through. And I'm like, you got to let go. You got to let Billy coach her. And just every time Danny calls and she's like, oh, Coach wants me to do blah, 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 you got to be like, yes, dear, you got to go with it. And it's the hardest thing Linda's ever going to have to do is to just trust the process and just let go of that. And it's going to be a hard thing for Linda because Linda's been the big driving force behind Danny, and I'm aware of that. We all are. And
Only child?
right. And God love her. I mean, she's done a great job. Danny's a great kid and a whale of a bowler at a young age.
Yes.
It's no thing to Linda. I got a lot of love and respect for Linda, so that's not it at all. It's just a parental version of what I saw in, a coach's perspective. I watched plenty of coaches, shy away from players because the parents try to be more involved than they should have been, we'll say.
Exactly.
They had an opinion about what should be going on, and it's like, you're not there day to day, man. How about you let the coach, I don't know, be the coach?
Absolutely.
So either way, I know Linda said she was looking at apartments or whatever while they're in Wichita, because Newman's in Wichita. Said she found something that was reasonable. She was thinking it'd be cheaper to just have an apartment there and be able to just wander out there from time to time and be able to just do that rather than have a hotel. I was like, well, I can't blame you. That's not probably a bad move. So who knows what she's going to do, but that was just a little bit of conversation. But I wish her well, and I wish Danny well, and I wish Linda well. That's going to be a hard thing for her. And I think Jeff is her husband's name. Is that right? I don't know Jeff at all other than his name. But I've seen him around. He seems like it's like a yin and yang, because he seems very quiet compared to Linda.
Yes.
And that's fine. It works good. Happy for them. But either way, it'll be a hard thing for them. It's going to be a huge change for them.
Yeah. 'Cause how was it? Don't have kids. So how was it when you got back home?
Yep.
Super quiet in the house. So how long did it take you to get to adjust to that?
Well, the first 2 days were brutal, and I mean, we still had Jean at home.
Yeah, true.
Which was helpful, but it didn't change a thing. It was still really hard because, Jean is more introverted, does a lot less things, not out in the world doing as much. Our pace slowed down substantially.
Okay.
We weren't doing nearly as much. We got to do more things for ourselves, per se. We got to spend more time with Jean, on Jean, doing things with Jean. Jean grew up more because of that, in my opinion. But, the first man, that was a really hard week. I am not going to lie. That was brutal. It was really difficult because when you're used to having, a certain way of life,
for years. I mean,
right, 18 years.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I'll talk about Haley because she's my daughter. I'll be that way. She's loud. She's proud. I ain't got no problem with that. That's who she is. I raised her to be her own person, and I respect that. But man, it was hard. It was quiet. We got to watch the shows we wanted to on TV, and
there's some good things that came out of it.
There's some positives that came out of it, no doubt about it. But either way, it's a challenge. But Rob, I'm a huge college advocate.
Yep.
I helped get Kayla Wood last year. Got her involved with McPherson. It's a brand new program in Kansas.
Thriving well out there.
Hey, they're going to compete at the national level next or 2 weeks in Texas. I think the first week or second week in March. They're competing this weekend at the NAIA Heart of America there in Kansas. So she's competing against the Baker crowd and that group. So it's the conference championships, I believe, this weekend. I'm so proud of Kayla. She's stayed out there. She's done her thing. She's exceeded probably everyone's expectations, probably her own as well.
Absolutely.
And I'm real proud of her. And Kayla and I were not close. I'm not going to pretend like we had a bunch of heartfelt moments. That wasn't the case at all. I mean, it was kind of a weird deal. It was probably about this time of year, and you're a senior, you gonna go to college? She's like, I don't know. And I'm like, do you want to? She's like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, I know somebody who's starting a brand new program. You could probably, whatever. Because I knew Mitchell when we were out looking for colleges for Haley, and I'm like, this kid's pretty good. I like him. I think he's a good guy, and I think it'll be an okay situation for you. And she's like, okay. I'm like, how about this? I'll get your mom's permission. I'll send a couple of videos. I'll send it to him, blah, blah, blah. See what happens of it. So I did. Took a couple of video shots of her, sent it to Mitchell. I hadn't talked to Mitchell in like 2-3 years. He messaged me back, and he was like, okay, who's this girl? And yes, I'm interested. And I connected the two of them, and less than 30 days later, at the late date in March, she was on her way to go bowl in college and get an education, and it all worked out. And I'm glad to be a party to that in my little bit. It was a weird whirlwind deal, but it all worked out. And I'm happy for her.
Absolutely. And talking to her before she went, she was obviously nervous.
Oh gosh, yes.
Because she's never been away and goes through, the gamut of emotions and things of that nature. But then when she came back for Christmas and New Year's, you see a little bit of different Kayla. She's more a little outgoing, and now she's can't wait to get back. Having a good old time out there.
Right.
And that's what it boils down to, is you just got to get break through those first couple weeks, the first month.
Yep.
Then you got 2 months in, 3 months in, and next thing you know, it's 6 months, a year. And you just make it through. Good. Oh,
wow.
Shannon Canfield. Nice.
Look at that. That
Nice.
Get it.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I'm real proud of her. It was nice. Somebody was live streaming tryouts this year for McPherson, so I got to actually watch a little bit of that. And because I didn't know anybody other than Kayla, and so I'm cheering for Kayla, and somebody got in there and said, "Who's this creeper guy?" And I was like, "It's okay. I actually helped get her there. It's okay. Mitchell knows me. It's going to be fine. It's not like that. It's all right. You can check my background. I'm okay."
No doubts about it. I think she even was like the MVP of one of the tournaments that she was in. Yeah,
yep.
so.
She's had a great freshman year. Super happy for her. I bowled against her dad as a kid. Joel is still a better than average player, we'll say.
Yes.
Much better than average player. He's still shooting big numbers up there in Longmont.
Yes. No doubts about that.
Yeah.
All right, game 4 in the books. Looks like we got a 201 over there, 183, 192, 199. So scores going up. They're starting to figure it out and, settle in and go through that.
And maybe the lanes are finally starting to calm down, stop going through craziness. Now we'll see whether they stay or whether they go through phase 2 transition and blow up.
Yeah.
Then now's the question, right? Does it get so bad that these ladies end up throwing spare balls, dare I ask? Or, I don't know if enough of them are going to be able to move huge left and play 4th, 5th arrow. Maybe. I don't know. It's all going to be rev rate and everything else dependent. I get that. But good Lord, I don't know. And that is Caitlin Lawrence that I thought that's who that was. It's bowling there. She's from the Springs. She bowled against Haley. I think she's the same age as Haley.
Awesome.
Yeah. She's a nice
amazing.
young lady.
Yeah. Bowling is there's a lot of people in it, but a small community. Because once you do it enough, go to tournaments and stuff like that, you start to know everybody.
Right.
And new people show up, you learn their names, learn who they are, and you go on from there.
Exactly.
So it's really, really a fun thing, because you're gonna meet new people all the time, but you only meet them. They're only new once, and then they've got the bug and everything goes on.
Well, it's I backdoored my way into the Osix life. Dana and that group. Tanner is I think a year or two younger than Haley.
Yeah.
They bowled against each other at Mile High Tour, etc., state tournaments. And Tanner was a better than average player for a young man, obviously based on mom and dad. No shock. I didn't know that they were players.
Yeah. Oh.
I didn't know that side of it. That was an unknown to me at that juncture. I just saw Tanner.
Gotcha. So you'd see him at the tournaments and never knew his
Didn't
parents.
know the parents were worldwide players. And so I was like, Tanner, man, you're really good. And then he went to Wisconsin Whitewater, where Donovan went. Donovan went up there too, and man, oh man, I shot Linda. But anyway, I backdoored my way into a friendship with them because I was cheering for Tanner and his team at state, because Tanner was bowling well and he was throwing the ball well, and I was complimentary to that. And Dana actually reached out to me the next day, and she's like, man, thanks for being so nice to Tanner. And I'm like, well, it was really easy. He throws the ball great, and you guys were nice, and literally, that's how my relationship with Dana and sorry, I don't remember how.
Tim.
Tim, thank you, Tim. Yeah, no slight on Tim. I love Tim. But Dana and Tim, that's how I met them, was through their kid. I met him through Tanner. And now Tanner doesn't even come home. Damn kid graduated from Wisconsin Whitewater and got a job, stayed up there in Wisconsin. And
he's an adult human being now.
He sure is, yeah. And he's doing well. So good for him. Again, another college success story.
Oh, absolutely. And another, add to the Osick legacy.
Right? Good Lord.
Yeah, they're awesome. They are awesome.
They're great people. They're great ambassadors for the sport, too. Uh-oh, here comes Lucia. Lucia's looking for money. I think she wants lunch. Can't blame her. Who doesn't want to eat?
Yes, no doubts about it. Struggling a little bit, but game 4. Would you have game 4? 198?
Oh, it's a good game. I would not be upset about that. She's shaking her head no, but I'm going to disagree with her. Again, based on what I was watching, seeing, viewing, etc., I will be glad to see a $190.
Yeah, I think sometimes they get caught up in, it seems easy. Everybody else is scoring. I'm not scoring. You always got to know pace of what's going on. And never think that you have to shoot 240 when the tournament's calling for 180 to win.
Well, and so often a preconceived notion, right? Everybody has that. I'm sure I've got to average at least 220 to do X. And you're right. The pace of the tournament does not always equal the reality of what you thought or your expectations, and you have to sometimes lower your expectations and be realistic of exactly what you're saying, the pace of the tournament, and it's based on, again, environment, topography, the bowlers you're with, et cetera, and make those adjustments mentally and go, hey, okay, 190 is good.
If 190 gets me to move up the ladder, I don't need to force myself to try to get to 240 because once you're
push myself? Yeah. Why push myself to try and do that? Put myself in a bad position because I force a shot, whether I push it too high, push it past the break point, whatever the case may be, and I didn't need to do that.
Correct. And if the pace is averaging 190, there's probably a reason why. 240 is probably not in the cards at that point.
Right, and if you happen to find 240, God love it.
Absolutely.
Love it. Sign me up for 240. I'll take it. I'm not saying I won't, but don't go out and feel like you have to shoot 240.
Exactly.
It's just things that, again, to that end, our experience and our time, we've all walked into a building, thought we needed X, and we really didn't need X. We just needed Y.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go.
Nice shot, Debbie Kramer.
Yes. Game 5 underway.
Man, we're moving along good. What time is it? It is
almost 11.
Man.
So 2 hours, we've knocked out 3 games already. It's moving pretty good. Same, like I said, Denver Queens the same way. It was moving fast.
Right. Well, and it's because the Denver Queens was just the Queens, and so that was part of the reason why that was quick.
Mm-hmm.
And so then the second day was Duchess and Princess, but there were, again, not as many, so that made it move quick too also. Yes.
And I think their thought process is if they go back to a bigger center, they'll combine them all back again.
Oh, I hope they do. I will always advocate for that because I want the younger generation to get the older, more seasoned, better player knowledge and experience, and I will never shy away from the fact that Haley was lucky enough to bowl with some of the best when she bowled the Princess version and got that experience.
Awesome. No doubts about it. So I think it's going back that way.
All right, here we
Get
go.
home. There we go.
That was a good shot.
There's Harmony.
Harmony, yeah.
See what she's...
I would think Harmony would probably be doing well. Again, I haven't seen a single score.
Yes.
Don't know. But I would, based on her very forward roll, lack of tilt, I would expect her probably to do very well on this pattern. I could be wrong.
But there you go.
There you go. Thanks for making me look good, Harmony. Appreciate you.
Just do that 11 more times, I look like a god.
Oh, man, I'll be a genius. Sign me up. Yeah, Harmony's very quiet. So
Yes. Oof. 4, 7,
see, there you
9.
go. Maximum penalty on probably not a terrible shot.
Oh, balls. Too much energy in the backside of the lane.
Just creeped up. Oh, there's Karina Grasso. Looks like she's coming to the pair on 3 and 4, looks like.
Yes.
Yeah, she said she's headed to El Paso today once she's done here.
That's
Oh,
Lori.
shot. Oh, good try, Debbie.
Yeah, it was. So that's Lori Nielsen.
Oh,
That's
okay.
on 7. She's won this twice.
Get it.
Her sister is?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Or it's Lisa Nielsen, because her sister is Lori Course.
Oh.
That's what threw me. That's what threw me
I
off.
didn't know that.
Yes.
Well, there you go. Shows you what I don't know.
There you go. Learn something. That's
Again, that's why I love doing this. I always learn something new. The gal gonna bowl the cow-looking jersey.
Mhm.
She's a nice gal. I think for some reason I want to say that she's out of Nebraska.
really.
I think.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that. She bowled with Haley a couple of years ago at the women's regional up in Greeley the
Okay.
first year, and they got to know each other a little bit. She's very nice.
Nice.
Yep. Again, small world, big world, right?
Yes. No doubts about it. Everywhere I go, if I'm going to a bowling center, I see somebody I know. And even when we go to nationals, you can go across the country
Right.
and you run into somebody you know. You're like, oh,
That's
okay.
a fact.
I came this
Somewhere,
far just to run
somehow,
into you.
some
There you
way.
go. Exactly. There's Amanda Stark. Speaking of sister, there she is right there, Lori Course.
There's Lori Course, yep.
Exactly. She's won this
A few
twice.
times, yep.
They're just
She's-
pacing each other.
She's really nice.
Yes.
I enjoy talking with Lori a lot. She's got the right energy, and that's why part of the reason why the success of the Colorado Springs Queens is what it is because of her.
Yes.
She promotes the heck out of it.
There's only one flaw in her life. She's not very good at directions.
Oh, really?
No.
Didn't know that.
No, she's not very good at directions.
All right.
When she went in the Hall of Fame, they were doing a speech, and when she goes to bowling centers, she can't find them too often. Even though she's been to them a million times, she still gets lost every so often.
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. I didn't know that.
It is,
Wow.
It is a funny thing.
Yeah, she's probably bowled in every center in the entire state of Colorado.
That's the most amazing thing. So they gave her like a book that had directions to every center.
Oh
she
my!
would-
Oh, that's awesome.
It has.
That's a great joke.
Absolutely.
And and she's got the personality to be able to enjoy and embrace that.
Yeah.
That's why again, I didn't know Lori at all, and got to bowl again through the Rocky Mountain Senior Tour. She bowls that, and so I got to know her a little bit. And man, she's just a delight to be around. Man, just fun.
Yes.
She just loves the game of bowling. Winning, losing doesn't matter. I aspire to be like her in that aspect because I'm not a good loser. I'll be the first one to stand here and tell you I'm not shy about it. But who doesn't always want to win? But
True.
it just doesn't happen.
True.
It does not happen.
Yes.
It's the hardest thing to do is to be a good loser, and I'm still learning.
That's the other thing we preach to the kids too, is that I guarantee you, no matter how many tournaments you go to in your life, you're going to lose more than you're going to win.
That's guaranteed.
There's no doubts about that.
Yep. It does not matter what level you participate at either. I mean, you
Correct.
look at even the highest level, and you look at the years, like Belmo, for instance. There's a great example. I mean, he dominated for more than a few years, and now he's almost non-existent.
Correct. And even when he was in his dominant phase, there's, say, 20 events per year. He's probably winning 5 titles.
Right.
So 15 times he was still losing. So
Right.
it's not like he went out 20 times and won all 20 events. It just doesn't work that way.
Right.
There's never been anybody that good.
That's right. And that's why, the people at that level, it keeps turning over and the faces change, and that, I think that's the struggle, I think, for the PBA of today compared to, say, when I was a kid. Those faces didn't change that much. There were a few changes. It happened, but today's game, the faces change so much more rapidly, and it's the evolvement of two-handed. It's the evolvement of the equipment. It's the knowledge evolvement. It's the coaching evolvement. I mean,
They've gotten much better, much quicker.
right? You name it. It's crazy, and
Yeah, even talking to some of the juniors, the most amazing thing is, and I tell people this as well, so when I talk to some of the older crowd, is that the juniors have figured this out. They've got the cheat code a little bit. They understand. I know at least 10 of them throw a ball two-handed, one-handed, and throw a backup ball very good at all three phases of that.
oh, good Lord.
And when you, because they understood, okay, I've got the two-handed game down, but what happens when this isn't working? Now I go to one-handed, cut my angles down a little bit, or go vice versa, and then, okay, when nothing's working
With
on
the right
side,
shut out.
there you go. So
Wow.
they've just, it's super incredible. And watching, there was a couple who bowl with us on Monday night because we have a challenge shot league on Monday night.
Right.
And the one he went to a backup ball was doing it, and one of the new faces who just joined the league this year, so he comes over and said, "Can he do that?" I said, absolutely.
Yes, he can.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And he's like,
As long as
"That's
he's-
amazing."
As long as he's delivering with the same
Yep.
hand, correct? That's
Mhm.
that's the rule. You
that's the
have to-
caveat.
That's caveat. It has to be the same hand for delivery. As long as the same hand, it's okay.
Yes. And then same thing at high school state a couple weeks ago. A coach came up and said, "Hey, is it legal for a player to throw the ball one-handed and two-handed?" It's like, absolutely, as long as they put a digit in every hole.
That's correct. That's the rules.
And they'll show up with multiple balls, one for one-handed, one for two-handed, and that's what you're going to get nowadays. Is that they have advanced that phase even further.
That's right. And what has to be on the ball if you don't have a thumb in it?
Big ol' X.
That's right. What if it's not?
Then technically it's illegal.
Yep.
Because you're not-
try to enforce that. I wish you luck.
Exactly. Because all you're doing is orienting which way the ball is.
That
because
is correct.
At one point, before we got to, and it's a learning phase
Sure.
for anything, because it came on
Absolutely.
quick and
Right.
it was so fast how it got there, and USBC and everybody didn't understand that if we didn't mark an X, we're giving them multiple balls, whereas the one-hander doesn't have those options.
That's right.
You can't turn the ball upside down as a one-hander and try to throw it with your thumb on the top of it.
And I'll be the first one to tell you, I actually told a two-hander to do that, and they looked at me like I was crazy, and I'm like, you put the same size lifts, the bigger lift in both holes, turn it upside down, and now you got two bowling balls. And they looked at me like I had three eyes growing out of my forehead, and I'm like, well, go try it. And they're like, okay. And the ball did something completely different. They went, oh my goodness.
Absolutely.
And that player was Brandon Knowles.
There you go.
And now Brandon's a far better player than most.
Yes.
But nonetheless,
he's won
that
Denver
was,
Masters or
yeah,
two.
he's a great player. Proud to say I got just a piece of giving him a little bit of help.
There you go.
I'm
And
just saying.
The great thing is he took the advice.
He
'Cause
did.
most people could be like, yeah, I'm going to listen to this guy and
Yeah.
blow you off a little bit
Right.
later or whatever.
Yeah, he and I had a good relationship because he was one-handed first and converted to two-handed.
Still shoots his spares one-handed.
He does shoot his spares one-handed, and I will still to this day, in my humble opinion, one way or the other, everybody will have an opinion. My opinion, I think players who start one-handed, then convert, are better than those that just start two-handed. And if in my version, again, I don't know everything. There's no 100% right answer, but in my opinion, I think they learn arm swing. And so they then understand extension, follow through better. Two-handed players who start that way don't understand that. You can't explain that to them. Some understand it, some get it, some don't. But I think one-handed players have that natural understanding because they've done it from start.
Yep.
And then they just transition that into from the cradle, and then they follow through when they deliver the ball.
Oh, absolutely. Especially if you can get them one-handed young and make the change around teenage years to two-handed. That's to me, that's probably your perfection window of how to make a great player. I think what's happening is we're moving 6, 7, 8-year-olds into two-handed.
I think it's
and
too quick.
Yes, because they can't generate enough speed.
That's correct.
And they're getting their hands around the ball, so the rev rate's going, but no speed, so then they take 3 off the left every time, and then it becomes so hard.
Discouraging.
And then they start doing things that's not natural to be able to overcome it.
Yep.
Whereas if you, like you said, if you started one-handed, understand the basics of the game, how your arm swing is going to work, and then go into it later on a little bit, you're exactly right. It's going to be an easier transition and probably going to make a much better player.
I got a great quiz for you. Do you know what Brandon Knowles' average was when he decided to change from one-handed to two-handed? He was about 15, 16 years old.
I'm going to say 215.
He was right at 200.
No, there you go.
And I'm not going to lie. I'll be the first one to tell you. Brandon will corroborate my story. I begged him not to change. I begged him not to. I'm like, you are so good. And God bless him that he did not listen to me on that occasion and went his direction and proved me 100% wrong. And it's funny because, again, we have so much respect for one another that we have that conversation now years later. And he's like, yeah, man, that was, I thought you were, you were trying to hold me back. And I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to hold you back. I want nothing but the best for any of the kids that I have ever talked to or dealt with. And now, anybody that is two-handed, I'm like, hey, go talk to him. That kid went through all of the changes. Ask him what he's done, how he's doing it, where he got, and the trials and tribulations. And he is great at giving back to that piece of it. He's open to that. He's willing to talk to that aspect and share that information, which I have a lot of love for, because he doesn't have to do that. He doesn't.
Absolutely.
He's a competitive, better than average player by all means. He's won more than I've won already, done more than I've done already, but he understands the value of still giving back to the sport at a young age.
Oh, yeah. And another player who had to go two-handed out of necessity, for lack of better words, was Jacob Ettinger. So
right.
Massively great as a junior. Probably from a physical game, of all the juniors I've ever seen in my life, he was the second best physical game I've ever seen.
Outstanding player.
Oh, no doubts about it. And went to Weber, recruited heavily to go to Weber. Weber was, especially at the time, there's Wichita and Weber.
Right, one and two.
Yeah.
Take your pick, and there's no direction in 1 and 2 there, by the way. They were both 1 and 2.
So to get to be recruited by them tells you how good he was.
Right. It's not. He didn't apply. They were looking for him. He wasn't looking for them.
Absolutely. And unfortunately blew his elbow out. So then he quit for a while, came back one-handed. Everything was working for a while. Same thing happened. So then he quit for a little bit longer. Then he decided, I'm going to take this up a little bit two-handed. And his only problem that he ran into was from the mental side, because he was so good as a one-hander and understood what he wanted the ball to do, how he wanted to do it, how he needed to do everything, but just couldn't get it lined up perfectly for a two-handed. And so the results weren't there. He was shooting 130s, 140s, 150s. We went to nationals. He was both two-handed. Was like averaging like 150 out there, and was ready to quit again. He's like, "Dude, not going to do this. Not going to do this." But then he had an internal conversation with himself and said, "Okay, you know what? I'm all in. I'm going to dedicate a whole lot of time to doing it. Now he's probably up to averaging 190 doing it.
Oh yeah.
So he's coming along, and it was, again, from his perspective, it was so tough because being so good one-handed, and then having to redo your whole game and understand there's going to be you're going to hit the floor again.
Yeah, right.
And
Brand new
pick yourself
learning
back
curve.
up.
Brand new learning curve. And by force, not by choice. Completely different situation.
Yes, and it's no hyperbole of how great Jacob was. He still owns the house record at Cold Creek.
He sure
and get
does.
it at 16.
And I will put a stamp on it. If they don't put new lanes in that building,
no one's ever going to beat it. Exactly.
If they put new lanes in that building, then I'll whatever. But as long as the lanes that are in that building stay in that building, that record will never be beaten.
No.
I will bet probably everything I own on it.
No doubts about it.
I just not. I mean, it would take a lightning bolt and maybe a genie to show up at the same time.
And I did another quick story about Jacob was, and I'm putting his business in the street, but it was the end of a league. I think it was summertime league, and he was in the pro shop drilling some stuff or whatever, and somebody comes in and they're sitting in there like, hey, we're gonna bowl some pod games. You want to bowl? I was like, no, I'm gonna go home. And Jacob's like, can I bowl? And they're like, yeah, sure. Your money's good. So, and he was just turned 18 at the time, and he's like, all right,
man.
cool. And so he goes out there, and they're like, well, we're practicing. We'll be on like 11 and 12, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't even practice. Goes out 4 games, cleans everybody's clock. Because
Sure.
grew up there, knows every nuance of every lane in the building, and just whacked them completely. And it's just hilarious. And so they come to me. I was like, hey, never bowl a man in his own house. All right, we're going to run down some scores. We'll be back here in just a moment. Game 6, actually.
Yep.
Somehow, some way, I missed the transition, but it is Game 6.
Yep.
So finishing up, looks like cuts were, after last game was +3
And
for top 8 and -2 for
cash.
cash.
Yep. So our numbers were close. You guessed -10, I guessed 0.
Exactly.
I guess we're pretty good.
Exactly.
Get to watch a good pair to finish. We got reigning queen, Rena Sabo, Jennifer Couples.
3-time winner Dana Osick.
Yep. And I can't remember Hill's her last name. She shot a good game.
Ashley, I think.
Ashley Hill. Yep, there you go.
And the top 2 bowlers are both starting off with the front 5.
Mm-hmm.
So Dana and Rena both. This is why they won this in the past.
That's weird.
They know how to strike when they need to.
Mm-hmm.
Ashley Manini, speaking of starting, she's got the front 6.
Yeah, that's another country heard from. That's a quality family of lady bowlers, isn't it?
Yes.
The whole Manini family.
Oof, look at that.
There's a break. Not at all. Good Lord.
4-5-10.
I don't see that every day.
No. She picks us up. That'd be impressive.
Very. And we'll have it on live stream, so
There you
she
go.
can keep it forever.
So Dana finishes front 6, or she gets front 6. Heck, I don't want to get rid of it. I'll let you into the cut if you make this.
I like it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, it was in the
Just gave it a
ballpark.
run. There's Rena trying to match.
Get it up. Oh,
She does as
guts
well.
the sweeper. Look at that.
Can we have 3 300s?
No. It could happen.
Yeah, it is possible. That'd be crazy.
Well, last year, Emily Eckhoff came down bowled this tournament and shot 300 during qualifying.
There you go.
We called that. It was right in front of us.
It's always a good thing to shoot 300 at any time. 7-pin there.
Yeah. Jennifer Couples is who knocked Haley out at match play in Queens and Denver.
Jennifer's a strong player.
She's brutal.
Yes, she is.
She makes good shots a lot.
Yes.
We'll just go with that.
Exactly. I'm going to go on record and say she's probably got the tallest husband of everybody in the building.
Yeah.
Because he's a tall guy.
He's a giant young
He's
man.
a gentle giant. He's one of the nicest people I've ever met as well. All right, Dana. Looking for 7.
Interesting. All right, so what's your version of this, Rob? You got your wife on front 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever. Maybe shot 300, maybe hasn't. What do you do now?
Okay, so my rule of thumb is if I've got a player who's shooting big numbers and has never shot 300 before,
Okay.
I won't even approach them or change any like if we're just sitting there in league and you're just talking blah blah blah, just keep talking about different things, just try to take the focus off the score.
Right.
When they get to the 9th frame, I always tell them this is if they shoot the 9th one, tell them as they're sitting there or getting ready to go to the 10th frame. My philosophy is always this: tell them, hey, once you shoot this 10th one, so that's putting in their head that they're going to make the shot.
Right. Positive energy.
Absolutely. Don't turn around. Just walk backwards a little bit, get your ball, go through your motions, yada yada. Because the last thing you want to do is see the people behind you, because then
the
you
crowd's
realize
coming. Crowd's coming. Mm-hmm.
that's when you realize this is big. So Manini, she breaks her streak at 7. So she gets
Rena
with
stops at 6.
Yep. So Dana's still got potential 300 here.
Yep. That's good advice, and it's funny you guys watch me enough because you guys are always watching Rocky Mountain Senior Tour and have it on. Your advice is solid. You'll probably never see me look up. How often? If you've watched me, you'll almost never see it, unless it's unless it's going bad, and I'm trying to make light of it, try and enjoy the moment, right?
Exactly.
You'll probably never see me look up,
Yep.
and it's because I'm trying to stay where I need to be.
Yes.
I'm trying to think about what's going on, where I'm at, what I'm doing, next shot, what's up, what am I moving, staying, whatever the verbiage in my brain needs to be is what's going on.
Yep.
So, yeah, and you're right. Everything needs to stay the same. So if it's in league play and you're doing whatever, 204, good last game for Hay, 204. Not going to be enough, but good bowling today for her.
Absolutely.
Nonetheless, it's keeping things as the same as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So on that line, Regine, my wife, has shot 299 in her life, never shot 300.
Okay.
She had a ball return needed between shot 11 and 12. Yep, that's right, a ball return. Nope, not 1 minute. Not 5 minutes. 12 minutes she waited for a ball return. Most people know I'm not too quiet. I pretty much was screaming at the person at the counter to get that ball return, or I was going to go get it. I did work in a bowling center. I absolutely still have the wherewithal to go get a ball return if I need to. And so it finally returned, and she flat 10. She threw a good shot. But 12 minutes between shot 11 and 12, and to even get the ball off her hand is pretty impressive, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely.
Hit the head pin is even better. But yeah, I mean that's an unheard of crazy story.
Brutal.
That's nuts. But yes, keeping everything as much the same as possible. If you're bowling league, have the fun, have a good time. If you're doing whatever you're doing at the table or wherever, whatever you're doing, keep it as whatever's going on, keep that going on.
Correct.
Keep the atmosphere the same. That's the best thing you can do for your teammate or yourself. So then, all right, now the next question. You see it happen 50-50, I would say. Other bowlers around you will stop. Other bowlers will continue to bowl. What's your opinion on that?
Same thing. Okay, so time and place. Meaning, if we're in a league, keep them going.
Right.
Because you want to keep that same consistency.
Right.
Especially if it's a player who hasn't had 300, you want to keep nothing in their brain changing that something big's about to happen.
Yep.
If you're in the middle of a big tournament, Denver Masters, a regional, a PBA event, or whatever, I get people are gonna shut it down and let it go because it's the same thing. It's a big thing and it's big. So I see both sides of it. I'm not a big proponent of the stopping league unless again it's somebody's been in the league forever, never got there, and they're just mitigating their way through it. I may shut down. I would tell people not to shut down the first ball in the 10th, maybe even the second ball in the 10th. 12th one, okay, I get it because everybody's trying to watch and see what's going on. Then maybe you can back off a little bit. Because what traditionally happens is, and Dana's looking for the front nine here, is they don't want to be that person to step up on them.
That's right.
So then everybody gets cautious and
Swisher.
Ring tenor. Gets paranoid about, well, I don't want to be the one that threw them off. Mm-hmm. Just try not to think about it and just go through your emotions and you'll be good. And it happens. I've seen people, and it depends on the player too. Some people thrive on pressure. Some people can't handle the pressure.
Right, crumble under it.
Yep, you got to know time, circumstances, yes, and stuff of that nature. As bad as this may sound, so I'm of the pressure person. I like the pressure. So we were up here. We had the bowling center, and it was we had a Monday and a Wednesday men's league. Monday, old timer that you would know, Donnie Vorholt.
Oh yeah.
So he's got the front 9, gets the first one in the 10th. Then I think he 10-pin and spared or whatever, yada yada, and he was super nervous to get it. So that Thursday comes. This is a God honest true story. So Thursday comes, and I'm bowling pretty good. So I go 8, 9, got the front 9. And again, I like the pressure. So I go down because Donnie's on that league as well. This is arrogant, cocky. Would never recommend this to anybody. I go down to Donnie and get him and say, "This is how you finish the 10th rate." Because then I'm putting more pressure on myself to do it. Because if I don't, I look like a jerk. So get through it, and it's a great story to tell. As well as my other funny story is, I was bowling with this. I think you knew Chuck Fudge.
Oh yeah.
So I'm bowling with him, and we're in the Premier League, the Challenge League at Cold Creek on Mondays, or back then it was probably Tuesdays. And the high game for the league, and we're like in week 25 of 32, is like 279. I have 279, somebody else is 279. Chuck's cruising along. So I told him, it gets to the ninth frame, I said, dude, shoot 279. So he decides, I'm taking over his high game. He ends up shooting I think he ended up shooting like 298 or 299. So, okay, you know what? Now you made me mad. I'm going to shoot 300 next game. And lo and behold, shot 300 next game. He'll never let me live that down. I said, dude, if you just shot 279, everything would have been great. But just little things like that, I thrive on some of the pressure because what it does is makes me refocus. Because if I'm just up there going through it, as well as I would tell anybody this, is shot a few 300s in my life, but I can never tell you, somebody just moved our camera.
Yes, they did.
What every shot was, because it becomes more mechanical because you're just going through it. You're not thinking about shot after shot after shot after shot. Oh, I almost got a 4-pin here, or whatever. You're going through it, and you're in a zone, and things are good. And that's what you're doing. So we're going to finish on 5 and 6, it looks like.
Yep.
Dana can finish, 79.
79. I think that'll be probably high game for the day if I had to guess.
Yes.
Forever. Oh, not going to get it.
I'm still going to guess that's probably still a high game.
Yeah.
278.
278. Yeah, I would probably agree.
And arena finishes. So we're going to be getting close to the finish line here. Most people are done. There's a couple pairs that are still going. Obviously, 5 and 6 is still going. And then we'll take a short break while they take shoes off and count toes and everything, make sure everybody's numbers are right.
Right, yep.
Then we'll begin our match play.
Got to do math. Math's hard.
It can be, absolutely. Bowling math is even harder sometimes.
That's right.
But they will do the round of 8. Our first round's obviously going to be all 8 players. Nobody has a loss. Then round 2 will feature half and half. Right. Half the people will be lost.
Right, because it's a double elimination tournament. It means you have to lose twice to be out.
Yes, which is always a good thing. I like double eliminations.
Yep, gives me an opportunity for an oops.
Yep. You just want to make the oops as late as possible.
Bad pair, bad whatever.
If you make the oops as late as possible, it's usually golden.
You're right.
But if the only thing that really sucks about it is that you make it up, you go out early, and then you make it to the end, and you're bowling the championship match, and you win the first one. Then I got to beat this person twice. I got to bowl again.
That's right.
Which is fair, obviously fair. Yep. And I always thought that was weird back in the day. I understand why they did it for time constraints and everything else, but like the U.S. Open and the Masters, it was always double elimination until you got TV show. Once you got TV show,
single elimination.
Absolutely. So everybody else in the tournament lost twice.
With
out. The exception of the actual who was the number 1 seed, who could come in second place by losing once.
Right. Yep. That's the only there's the only tournaments in the world that I know that finish that way. You're right.
And I get it. It's TV is the money's there, and if you got a time constraint, you got to make it work.
You got to pay for that airtime.
Yes. Airtime is expensive.
I cannot imagine what it costs to put on a TV show.
Oof. A production has got to be. I'm sure there's a comma in that number.
John Johnson.
Otherwise known as JJ.
I call him John John. I've called him John John since I met him way back in the day. I knew John John before he was
John John.
John John. Yeah, he was just an average dude back in the day, and just whatever. And then when he decided to take the game serious, he became John Johnson.
There you go.
But I will always call him John John. I might be the only person on planet Earth that calls him that, but I don't mind.
And that's another fun fact. I'm going to assume he's the only person in this building who's won a large sum of money playing slots.
Probably so.
We're talking a couple commas.
Yeah. I know a little bit about that. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I would agree. Yep, he's probably the rare.
Yes.
And that's a funny story too, because he won it flying in. Correct. At the airport, he won flying in.
Yeah.
He won at the airport. Goes on because he's there to bowl nationals.
Yep. Can't leave.
So he goes to bowl nationals. Doesn't tell not one person. Now that's a pretty impressive feat in itself.
Yep.
Bowls his 9 games. He's there for 2-3 days, whatever the story is. Gets on a plane, leaves, goes home, and he is good to go for whatever. I mean, wildest. I mean, incredible, crazy thing, and he's such a average Joe, for lack of better explanation, because he's just he's just an average guy. You would never know, and he is just John.
Yep.
He's just John.
Yep.
And again, I've known John probably 30 years, and he was just an average guy, and then decided to take the game very serious, spent the effort and money, and he's far better than that now.
There you go. All right, we're going to take a break, tabulate some scores, and we'll be back.
Hopefully we can get
match play.
Our set numbers here. Huh?
Yes, that's our goal.
You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming.
Okay, we'll be back here momentarily with our match play rounds. They have their 8 finalists. I'll get that information to you here momentarily. As soon as they get their lanes, we'll be beginning shortly. Been having a little bit of Wi-Fi issues, but I think hopefully we got some of that cleared up. So we'll be back momentarily. Yeah. We do have our top 8. 8th place, Ashley Hill. And at plus 11. Also finishing at plus 11 was Linda Walbaum. She was 7th place. Erin Pollitt, 6th place. Angie Manini, 5th place. Rena Sabo, 4th place. Ashley Manini, 3rd place. Jennifer Couples, 2nd place. And your leader after qualifying, Dana Osick, plus 222. She games a 206, 237, 212, 256, 233, and 278 to get her there. Jen Couples was plus 144, who was behind her, starting off the day with a 279, 234, 113, 108. Or sorry, 195, 224, 199, 213. Other cashers. Christina Marshall, Antana Slonker, Carrie Enders was in 10th place. Brenna Tripp is 9th place. So Brenna just missed the cut by, she ended up at -3. So 14 back. She did shoot 202 her last game. Just needed to get to about 220 and she would have been in. So very close. Some good games all around. Again, we'll be getting started with our matches here momentarily. Okay, 13 and 14. 15 and 16, we'll have a pair of matches. Those are where our cameras can reach right now. Just can't get to 11 and 12 or 9 and 10 right now. So it is double elimination. Once we get through this first round, we will have 4 people who've won and 4 that have lost. The losers will go to the contenders bracket. Winners will stay in the winners bracket. For another round. And then we will eliminate 2 players to get us to round 3. And so on and so forth till we get to our finals. I'll be turning them on here for practice in 1 moment. All right, that's 2 games, double elimination. We'll be getting started here momentarily. Once everybody gets their lanes, get some practice in, we'll get started. Looks like on 13 and 14 we have Angie Manini, or actually Ashley Manini. It's Erin Pollitt, and Jennifer Couples is going to be on 15 and 16, and we'll see who she's bowling. We'll be back in just a moment. Okay. Almost showtime.
Yes, it is.
Guess who's in the house?
It's the favorite.
Let's not get crazy. Do you have a joke?
Okay, please hold.
Yeah.
Please hold.
See, you're supposed to come prepared.
Hey, I wasn't prepared because I was bowling.
There you go.
So
How'd you
there
bowl?
go. Not great. I mean, I averaged. What did I average?
I don't know.
Wait, let me
Did I
look that
throw
up
it?
quickly.
Okay.
Hold on.
All right.
Hold on. Please hold.
You know, there's an easier way to do that. Why don't you just take your
oh,
total?
that's a good idea.
There you go. I think it's Jennifer Couples and Linda Walbaum going to go bowling each other. We'll keep you updated on the other pairs.
Average 185.
So 185.5, 185 and a half. That's not bad.
I felt like I could have done better if I wasn't in my head. Though,
Missed a
for
lot of
sure.
easies.
Yeah,
Okay, it happens. It happens.
it's okay.
Can we get back in the lab, work on things?
Oh yeah. Cause
Come back next year and go get them.
yeah, cause what's the next big tournament coming up?
You have City.
Yeah, we have
And then
City
you have
next
no,
week.
you have what you call it? Trevor Kling.
Yes, I still need to sign up for that.
Yes, that's the next big one.
Yes.
It's your last big one.
Well, I want to do both the adult and the youth one this year, cause you can do both.
How are you gonna do both?
You
can't
can.
do the adult.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, because you're still gonna take scholarship money.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. So
Huh?
I'll do that. And then I think the next one after that is Kansas, right?
Probably. Well, then you have City, and then
The
Kansas.
city's next week.
So that's before Trevor Kling.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
So are they in practice
They
right
are
now?
in practice. Angie Manini versus Aaron Pullett, and Linda Walbaum versus Jennifer Couples.
Gotcha.
2 games. It is double elimination. You're familiar with this. You pulled this last year.
I did.
You were top 8 last year, weren't you?
I was top 12 last
12.
year.
You're cashed.
Yeah.
No juniors yet to make the match play portion. Okay.
And I'm still the only junior
Yes.
to cash.
It's tough.
It's
ladies
very
can bowl.
tough. Oh, yeah.
So we have our top 8. Who are you picking?
Well, let me look.
Or do you want me to pick first?
No,
'Cause
I'm
I know who
picking.
you're taking.
I'm picking. I'm taking
Dana.
Dana.
Yeah, there's no doubts about that. You always take the favorite. I'm going to
taking Dana.
take... I'm taking Jennifer. I think she's going to go win her first Colorado Springs Queens.
She's been on fire lately.
She's been bowling very well.
Yes. She's been doing really well.
Shout out to her top youth, which was...
Haley.
There you go. She bowled well.
She did. She bowled very well. She
Haley-
was one out of the cash cup.
Yes. So Haley finished. She shot 178 to start. Then went 155, 166, 208, 224, 238. Caught her stride and
Yeah.
was two more games. If it was just been an 8-game block, she probably would have made it.
She probably would
She was
have.
trending in the right direction for sure.
Exactly.
So that was awesome. Awesome to see. We like to see the youth do well.
Yes. We love when that happens.
We had how many youths?
I think a total of
1,
6.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Absolutely. Kirsten Lee.
Kirsten.
Kirsten. Ava Henderson.
Yep.
Navaya Rivera.
Nevaeh.
Sorry. And Danny Walbaum. And Haley Vallejos.
Yippers.
And then yourself.
Yeah. It's crazy. This was the last youth queens. Or last queens as a youth.
There you go.
That's what I meant.
There you go. Now you're in the big pool.
I am.
Well, you were always technically always in a big pool here because they don't divide it out.
Yeah.
But
At
and that's
Denver,
a good thing. I
Queens.
think that's it was a good thing for you to do last year. Is then you got the confidence that you can compete with these ladies.
Yeah.
Um,
This is still one of my favorite tournaments to bowl partly because of that reason.
they're good.
Yeah.
They are good. You have several people who's won 3 of these.
Yes.
Tish, Dana,
Yeah.
couple 2-timers, Lori and
Lisa.
Yep.
Yep.
You know they're sisters, right?
Yeah.
Just checking.
Of course I do.
And then Rena
keep
won
up.
last year. So we have 2 champions in the top 8.
We do.
Dana and
Rena.
there you go. Very good. I just said it, so I was just making sure.
Of course. I pay attention.
I think Jennifer's gonna pull. Actually, you know, I like Menini too, though.
She's
Starting pretty
yeah.
good.
It'll be interesting.
Very. And we're almost ready to get started here. So there's a lot of flat 10s. There's Angie. That's not Angie, that's Ashley, isn't it?
That's Ashley. Her
Yes.
mom's Angie.
Correct. You kept calling her Angie.
No, I kept calling her Ashley. That was you
no,
who kept calling her
no,
Angie.
that was you. All right.
No.
So we have Ashley Menini versus Erin Pollock. It's going to be on 13-14. And Linda Walbaum versus Jennifer Couples on 15-16.
Is it double elimination?
It is.
Gotcha.
Gotta lose twice. How do you feel the pace went?
I felt like it went really fast.
It did go fast.
It felt very, very fast. Like, it wasn't bad, but it was just
Not like you were
crazy
being
fast.
rushed,
Yeah.
but you were moving pretty good.
Yeah. I was happy with the amount of people. You could get into a groove.
4s is pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, now everybody's just looking at each other. Shout out to everyone who's involved with this tournament, from Lori Coors, Dean Coors. Can't even think of the rest of their names.
Allison?
Allison Rains is one, and Webb Chris.
Yep.
As well as several others that I'm missing, but they did a heck of a job today.
You can't remember names, can you?
I'm terrible with names. This is a bad job to be in if you can't remember names, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Here's Jennifer getting us started. High
Nice.
flush. And Aaron's up on 14. Lays a 10 pin. Got Linda up on 16.
So did the 4 top bowlers get a bye?
Nope.
No.
So everybody's bowling.
Okay.
8's going to reduce. So basically you have 8 2-rounds because you're going to
Double
have,
elimination.
yeah, you're going to have the losers or the contenders bracket.
And then is this single game or
2 games.
2 games?
Yep. Good shot there.
Nice.
So Linda matches. There's Menini. That's one way
Nice.
to eliminate calling Ashley versus Angie. Just
That is
use
true.
the last name.
Exactly.
No, thank you. There you go. Everybody's nice around here.
Oh yeah, always.
These women are awesome.
No doubts about that.
Jennifer with another strike there. Gives her a double. Seven pin there. Here's Jennifer.
Good shot.
Good spare there. What'd you think of the pattern?
It was a lot more difficult than I thought it was going to be.
Okay.
Because at first, like, you could, like, I felt like it was decently easy to figure out where to put the ball and when the break point was.
Mm-hmm.
But as the game went on, it got tighter and tighter, and it hooked more and more.
Gotcha.
And you'd see a lot more splits out there. And it was just, like, it was crazy because there were some points where you'd think that you were, you needed to swing the ball, and other times where you needed to play straight up.
Going for the spare. Ooh, give it a nice run.
Good try.
It's a good spare there for Linda. You've known Linda a while,
I have.
since you were knee high to a grasshopper.
What?
That's the old people saying there.
I could tell because I did not understand that.
And so you're knee high to a grasshopper. Grasshoppers are super small, and
They
you're knee
are.
high.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. Good shot there.
I don't think I was that young when I knew her.
When'd you meet her?
Oof. Probably 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay. Did you know Danny before her, or her before Danny?
I knew Danny before her.
Okay.
Because we'd always bowl the mile highs against each other.
Gotcha. Oof. There's a split there. That'd be a 6-7. Ashley, give it a run.
And I mean, even now you're seeing more and more splits.
As it goes on, they're gonna start to hook a little bit more and more and more.
Yeah, they're definitely hooking.
Oh, just a 7-pin there.
I have to say, once you hit the right spot, it goes through the pins very nicely.
You like that?
I do.
Giving her a run. Oof. That one comes in light. 1-2-10. Jennifer takes care of her spare.
Good pickup.
Okay, gets 2 there. Do you believe that 4-9? 6 games was too many, too little, or just about right?
I think it was honestly too little. I
Okay.
think they should have gone to 8 games.
Okay.
Only because, like, there was only 4 people on a pair.
But you'll know that before you make the...
That is true. But, like, if you were to do it, I'd put, like, a cap. Like, if there's X number of entries, we'll do 6. And then if there's less than that, then you
Okay.
do 8. But,
Okay.
but I feel like... Because I feel like 6 games is perfect when you have, like, 3 or 4 people on a lane at a time.
Well, you had 4. That'd be 6. That would be perfect.
No, I said on a lane.
On a lane.
Yeah, because it would be 8 on a pair. Or 6 or 8 on a pair.
6 games, 8 people on a pair. It's possibly a long day.
True, but it's just what I'm thinking.
All right, there's a spare there. Good strike there for Linda. Oh, 10 pin there for Menini.
Darn 10 pins.
There was a lot of those today. We've seen a lot
Yeah.
of those.
There's no doubts about that. I've had the 10 pin curse all weekend.
No 10 pin there. Jennifer with a nice shot. Spare. Did you miss a few makeables today?
Oh, yeah. I missed a ton of makeables. It was rough. I had a lot of splits, though, too.
If you had made all your makeables, would you have made it?
Probably not.
No.
Because I had a lot of splits in there, even though those are makeable, but, like, I don't think I would have made it.
Gotcha.
I just couldn't string very much together.
A double here and there, and
Yeah.
couldn't get like a 5-6 bagger.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like if I was able to string them
Good shot.
together, it would be a different story.
And you probably eliminate the open or the split.
Exactly. But it could have also been the wrong ball in my hands and just not knowing
spare.
what to switch to.
Did you try out several different options?
I
Or
tried
did you only
out
went
two.
through, you went two balls today?
Because I started with the harsh reality, and that was hooking a lot. So I went to the physics blackout,
Gotcha.
which
So
goes a
maybe
little
harsh
bit
pearl.
further. I could have, but like I didn't think pearl was the way to go. But the more
Gotcha.
I think about it, it was probably would have been a good idea to test it out.
Good shot there for Linda. Leaves just the 10 pin. Aaron's up on 14. Got that in. There you
And
go.
Nice.
Trip 6.
I do like this house because the pins definitely knock down when you need them too.
They fall when you want them to. Huh?
Exactly. Like I should have left a bucket and it ended up being a strike. That was the craziest thing I'd ever seen. I was like, what?
I should have told you it was your day if you're carrying stuff like that.
Yeah, I was crazy. And then I'd carry a 9 pin because it would shoot back. It's like, okay.
You have messengers?
I did. I had 2 messengers today.
There you go. Oh, speaking of 9 pins, you're cursing people.
Apparently.
You're a jinxie. Linda on 15. Oh, 8 pin.
Darn 8 pin?
Did you leave any of those today?
No, I left a lot of 9s.
There's a spare there. How were your cheese fries?
They were good.
Must be something about Colorado Springs. Their cheese fries are
They're pretty
awesome
good.
down here.
Yeah, I'm about ready to go venture over to the vending machine and get some chocolate.
3 Musketeers?
Or a Crunch Bar.
Ah.
I had a Crunch
Nestle
Bar
Crunch?
last. Yeah, I had one last week and it was actually pretty bomb.
You haven't had one in a while?
I haven't had one in a while.
Oof, that comes in high, breaks up the split, leaves just a 4 pin. Ooh,
See, we're seeing more and more splits.
it's a 5-7. shot. Cross over again.
Hey, sometimes Brooklyn is the way to go, though.
5-9. Jennifer's going to give this a go. There we go. Nice
Nice
pick
job.
up. Okay.
Nice.
Care of the spare.
Awesome.
See any jerseys out there you liked?
I liked my own.
No, yeah, there you go.
There were a bunch of them, honestly, that I thought were pretty cool. I like Dana's. Dana's jersey looks cool.
The whole team?
Yeah, I like the theme.
Gotcha. All right, here's Linda up on 16. Comes in high.
But it strikes.
Yes, it does.
She's on
Take those breaks and run.
Or no. Wrong person, I'm thinking.
Oh, good job.
Sorry. I can't see from back here.
Good spare there. Did you pick any of your splits up?
I picked up the 378. Or the
378.
or what is that? The one or the 278. 278 is what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Baby split.
Yeah.
I was going to say
With the
378
sleeper.
would have been impressive.
Heck yeah. I always get my 2s and my 3s mixed up.
Okay.
Always.
Hopefully you don't shoot for the 1-2 pocket.
Yeah. That's the lefty side.
That is. Nice shot there for Linda. There wasn't too many lefties out there.
No, there wasn't. I think, was it Tish? Was she the only one? Cause isn't
Might have
Tish-
been.
Cause I didn't see anybody else.
No. I don't remember seeing anybody. Maybe one lefty, one two-hander.
Who was the 2-hander?
Rivera.
Oh, yep.
Tish. Linda with
Linda.
another one. 246 for Linda. Good shot there for Jennifer. Shout out also to Carol here at KingPin.
Yes.
Wonderful job as normal.
No doubts about it.
Very, very clean facility.
Always.
Looks awesome. Food's good.
It really is.
Didn't have any machine issues at all today.
Mm-mm. Ran very well.
Always accommodating for what we need. Oof, 10 pin there for Jennifer. Comes in a little light there for Aaron. Leaves a 2-5. Manini finished at 160.
Nice pickup.
Looks like 200 on the nose for Aaron. All right, game 2, getting ready to be underway. Was talking to Aaron earlier about the crazy weather we had past couple days.
Yeah, it's been insane. I'm tired of this weather. I can't wait for it to be summer.
Well, you have to wait around long for it to change from the winter.
Unfortunately.
Good shot there. 'Cause like I said, Friday morning, woke up to some snow, 6 inches.
Oh yeah, I got called out. I was like,
it's amazing. And then
I was like, I'm not driving in there.
by the time we got to noon, it was all gone.
Oh yeah, it's okay. I got caught up on homework and chores.
There
and
you go.
all that type of stuff. So it was smart of me. Let's be so for real.
Here's couples. Nice shot there. Okay, Jennifer strikes there. What do you think the high game of the day was?
287 or 279.
279.
I thought I heard somebody got a 287.
Let me look through it. I don't think so.
Then I got false information.
No, 279, 278. So Dana scores for the day 206, 237, 212, 256, 233, 278.
That's a strong set.
That's 222 over.
It's a very strong set.
Jennifer Couples, who was second, came out the gate 279, 234, 195, 224, 199, 213. So Jennifer started off with 708 for the first 3.
So good.
Ashley 218, 191, 182, 208, 221, 263.
That game helped her for sure.
Erin, you see you just bowled. Her day was 248, 190, 225, 193, 175, 218. Linda is also out there, 225, 224. Talking about consistent.
Yeah. Ain't that the truth?
Then 190, 206, 195, 171 to get you to plus 11.
Gotcha.
Here's Erin up on 13. Get home. Nice. That was a good hit. Here's Manini.
I think she's going for a double.
Comes in high. 6-7. Or how about a 4-7?
Yeah, you got that wrong.
Corrected it really quick though.
You did.
So I was used to seeing a bunch of 6-7s today.
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of those. It's been crazy.
Good spare
pick
there. Be curious how many clean games there were.
In all honesty, I don't think there was very many, except for the 278s,
279.
279s.
Very good. Very good catch.
Of course. Otherwise, I don't really think there was many because there was a lot of splits. There was a lot of opens.
And technically, the 279 and 278 could have been non-clean games.
Yeah, because you could start off with 8 miss or 9 miss.
Correct.
So technically.
But I did watch Dana shoot the 279. She was clean.
Yeah. So definitely
278.
one. So there's definitely one.
Yes, there's definitely one. I'm going to assume there was more than one throughout the day.
I would assume so as well.
Realistically, on this, a clean game is a win. That's a big win.
It is.
There's Linda. Comes in, nice strike there. Aaron looking for a 4-bagger. Otherwise known as a...
Double-double?
No, leaves just a 7-pin. Linda started off with a strike, an open and a double. Strikes there.
Nice.
Jennifer Couples, she started off with front 4.
It's a good start.
Yeah, she had a little bit of ground to make up. See if she can get a 5-bagger. Comes in a little light, leaves a 7-pin. Aaron leaves a 10-pin.
It's a really big split. If it was next to each other.
That's a pretty big one, yeah. Would have been bigger if it would have been a 7 on 13 and a 10 on 16.
Exactly.
Took our 1. Can we get the 2?
2 out of 2.
2 out of 2, yeah.
100%.
So last week you bowled your last high school state.
I did.
Talked about that a little earlier.
Yeah, it was definitely something. That's for sure.
Individually wise, you guys all finished in 8th place. Or
Top
in
8.
top 8, sorry.
Yeah.
Which is strange how everybody went out in the same round.
Yeah, that was frustrating.
Would you like that to have been double elimination? Well, obviously,
Yes.
since you did lose first time.
100%.
And you guys bowled 6 games there, right?
Yeah, we bowled 5 games for
Or
qualifying.
5 games to qualify.
And then an extra 3 for semis.
There you go. That was the
And
difference.
then-
You had the semis.
Yeah.
Would you rather go 5 and then semis, or would you do 6 and cut like this?
A 6 and cut like this.
Not a big fan of semis?
Not really. Especially in the girls division, only because you were only taking out a total of 3 girls. And I feel that if you're going to do it, like it's just position round if you're doing semis like
Gotcha.
that. So personally, I like this way better.
Do you?
I do.
10-pin there for Manini. Linda struck on her last ball. See if she can strike again.
And she
She
can.
does. 10 in the pit. Good spare there. Jennifer Couples
Goes a bit high.
leaves a 3-pin. A piece of the pocket.
That is a piece of the pocket.
Important piece. It's very hard to strike without hitting that. It can be done, but it's tough.
Yeah, it could be done.
Because it's easier to backdoor a strike where you miss the head pin.
Says he can't say no.
Exactly.
Those I will take. I'm stealing 2 of these. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Awesome. Now we're eating cookies.
Heck yeah.
See, so nice shot there for Jennifer. You didn't even get to go get your chocolate. You get your chocolate fix here.
Oh, I'm still going to get chocolate.
Gotcha.
No doubts.
Cookie good?
It is good.
Yeah, you can tell. You might want to slow down on eating that a little bit there.
I've took
Put
one
the
bite.
hammer down. Oh, a good bit. And that's one bite you took out the cookie.
I had to try it.
No, Linda Lee's a 7-pin. Could you eat the whole bag?
No, I'd be so sick. I've tried to do that before. That was not a good idea.
These are really good, though.
I've done it, you know those like strawberry cookies that you get from King Supers? That they used to have for like free cookies when you'd go to the store?
No.
I ate a whole pack of those one day and I threw them all up
Oh,
because they
Too
were
much
so
sugar.
good.
Too much sugar.
Yeah.
Linda looking to take care of her spare. She does do that. Ashley gets her spare. Where's the 7 when you need it? That would have been awesome.
I know.
I'm just talking to myself since you're over there hammering that cookie down.
Yeah, you are. I'm not sure what they were waving at.
That's your crew.
Heck yeah. Yes, they are.
Had a nice little dinner yesterday.
We did. That was fun. Played categories. And you
We had a
took-
nice little dinner yesterday.
You're just mad you lost.
You cheat.
I don't cheat. I have the best
Good shot.
answers. Am I wrong?
No. You said, well, you make up half your answers, and then we have to argue about whether we're going to accept it or not.
Hey, that's part of the game.
I guess. Here's Aaron. Ooh, late 7 go. Nice. That's the breaks you're looking for right there. Jennifer. High flush there. Jennifer's going to finish first. Aaron with a nice shot. Can't trip the 4.
Almost knocked it over.
It's a 7 out late for Ashley. Leaves just a 10-pin. She gets through the ball really well.
She does. You can tell she's been bowling a while.
Yes. Good spare there.
Nice pickup.
KingPin converted.
Yes, it was.
Jennifer,
Oof, leaves a 5-10.
that was her fill ball. 236 for her.
What can Linda max out at?
I think she's got 195 and another 60 would be 255.
Gotcha.
If I'm seeing that correctly, or maybe that's 185. That's 185. So 245.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's the first one. I
Nice.
think she's going to be moving on. Or staying non-blemished.
Exactly.
Everybody gets
'Cause
another
it's
round.
double
Yeah,
elimination.
everybody gets another round. She's
Yeah.
just
There's just a loser's bracket and a winner's bracket.
contenders bracket and a winners bracket. Are you going to eat my cookie now?
Because you're not eating it?
I can only sit there for 2 seconds.
Yeah. It's okay. You can go grab another. I'm just kidding.
They're chocolate chip and
They're M&M.
M&M.
Yeah.
You like M&Ms?
I do like M&Ms. Not the peanut ones, though.
Like the regulars.
Yeah. Or even the caramel-filled ones are pretty good.
Ooh. Skittles?
I love Skittles.
M&Ms or Skittles?
M&Ms.
Really?
Yeah.
I take a Skittle over M&M. Linda is finishing it off. 245. So Linda stays in the winners brackets.
Yep.
Bracket. Not with an S.
Yeah, there's only one bracket. Well, there's two brackets.
So there
but one winner and one contender.
That's true. Ooh, Greek church there. So Aaron's going to shoot this Greek church. Gets 4.
She got count.
she got the maximum count without making it.
Exactly.
All right. Round 1. Looks like it's going to be in the books. We're going to go grab some scores, figure out who's won and who's advancing. We'll be back in just a moment.
You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly.
Okay, those are some great matches. We've got the match play coming up for the next one. The winners bracket, we have Osik and Angie Manini on 13 and 14. Waldbaum and Polit on 9 and 10. And in the contenders bracket on 15 and 16, we have Sabo and Hill. Ashley Manini and Jen Couples on 11 and 12. And there's no practice for this, right? Just remember the top seed can decide who's going first, but we're going right into match play.
Okay, starting round 2 here momentarily. We're gonna have couples, and we'll see who she's bowling. Looks like Hill is bowling Rena. As soon as they get to their lanes, they'll get started. There'll be no practice, just going right into it. 2 games. So as soon as they get started, we'll be right back. Okay, we have Dana Osick is on 13 and 14. She was your tournament leader. She won her first match. Hill takes care of her spare. So Rena versus Ashley there on 15 and 16. The winner of that match will remain in the tournament. The loser will be done for the day. Dana leaves a 2-pin. Rena comes in and strikes as well. So Rena started with the spare and a strike. Or actually, sorry, that was her first ball, so she did strike on her first ball. Looking for a double. Dana, strike, spare. Rena does double. So Angie Manini is taking on Dana Osick. Winner of this will remain in the winner's bracket. Whoever loses the match will drop down to the contenders bracket. Six pin there. Makes the spare. Both of them do. So these two matches, everybody's clean through 2. Good shot there on 15. Manini comes in high, leaves a 7-pin on 13. It's a little high there for Rena. Leaves just a 9-pin. Dana started with a strike and then a spare. Gets a strike there. Sabo Rena started off with a double. Then leaves that 9-pin. Dana with a double. A little high there for Rena. Leaves a 4-7. Manini.
Good shot.
Be 10 in a pit. Takes care of the spare. Everyone's still clean across these 4.
Got a front 5 on 9 and 10, I think that is.
We'll keep an eye on that. Hill leaves a 9-pin.
Good pickup.
Manini takes care of her spare. Here's Dana. That's a turkey.
That is a turkey. 3 in a row.
Hill leaves a 4-pin. Dana leaves a 2-pin. Spare taken care of by Hill. So you like that jersey
I love
skirt
Dana's
attack
jersey.
or attire there?
Yes.
The matching. Do you like matching stuff like that?
I do. I've always wanted one, but I've never actually spent my money on it. I would like to invest one of these days.
And a wild color scheme.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something that stands out.
Gotcha. Nice shot there by Arena.
That's my goal before nationals, is to get some interesting jerseys.
Gotcha.
Nice.
Manini with a strike there. Are you going crazy with jerseys or just something just with a cool design?
I think both. I want to get a couple different ones because I've been wearing the same ones for a very long time now. It's time for a change.
Gotcha. Sabo, that's going to have to hook. Comes in a little light there. 2-pin. Looking to take care of her spare.
And
She does. No doubts about it. Dana
Nice
strikes
shot.
again. Hill leaves the 7-pin. Takes care of the spare. All right, Hill comes in high there. Leaves the 4-6-7-9.
Oh, I didn't even see the 9-pin back there.
Almost the Greek church.
Almost. Minus the 10.
Yes, Dana strikes. She's got a good look.
Yeah, she does. Oh,
got 3.
the right idea.
Manini with a strike. And a 10 fall over there, so we'll get a reset. All right. Rena leaves the 3-6. Menini leaves just a 10 pin. Gonna take care of the spare. Ooh, chops it. Just the 3 pin off the 6. Gives Rena 122 in the 7th. Spare there for Menini. She's got 176 in the 8th. A spare in the 9th. Dana can max out at 259. Rena bounces back after that open with a nice strike there. Dana strikes as well for her ball in the 9th. Setting up her 10th. Nice shot there for Hill. Dana tries to get the mixer, leaves a 7 pin. We'll split there for Ashley, leaves a 4-10. Dana takes care of her spare. Dana can finish at 238. Hill gets 1. So she's got 150 in the 9th. Max out at 180. Rena can max out at 214. All right, Dana does strike, puts her at 238. Best Menini can do is 226. Rena does strike there. Menini comes in high, 3-6-10. Sabo comes in, leaves just a 4 pin. Good spare there for Angie. Strike here, put her at 213. Again, it is 2 games, total pins, to determine your winner. Good spare there. So Reina's new max score is going to be 203. Manini does get to 213 to 238. So Dana has a 25 pin lead, 15 pin lead, 25 pin lead. Reina does finish 203. Best Hill can do is 180. Dana starts off the second game with a strike. Hill finishes 168. So she's down by 35 to Sabo. All right, game two underway for both pairs. The Osik Manini match is in a winner's bracket, so the winner of that match will move on and stay in a winner's bracket. The loser will drop down to contender's bracket. The Sabo Hill match is in the contenders bracket, so the loser of this match will be out. The winner will stay in the contenders bracket. And then it comes in high there, leaves 3-6. Dana takes care of her spare. Spare there. Dana comes in a little high there. Can't trip the 4. Hill starts off the second game with a strike. Dana takes care of her spare. So Dana starts off with a strike, spare, spare. Manini strike, spare. Should be up for a third frame here on 14 momentarily. Hill starts off with a double. Manini leaves just a 5-pin. Had to 5-7 up for a minute, but gets the 7 to trip out. So just a 5-pin for her. Marina. She gets a strike. She starts off with spare strike. Manini takes care of her 5-pin. Sabo leaves a 7-pin. Manini crosses over, but does strike. So her game is a strike, pair of spares, and a strike. Sabo takes care of her spare. Dana comes in high, leaves just a 6-pin. Fortunate there. Hill starts off with the front 3. Dana converts her spare. Ashley looking for a 4-bagger. Crosses over, leaves just a 6-pin. Dana strikes in the 5th frame. Ashley takes care of her spare. Nini comes in high. Leaves just a 4-7. Sabo carries that one. She's on a Dutch 200 pace. Manini opens there. So that gives her 87 in the 5th. Sabo gets herself a double. Nini. Light there, doesn't hit head pin, leaves a 1-2-8. She does take care of the spare. Hill looking to get back striking mode. Leaves a 10 pin. Start off the game with a turkey, then a spare. Now leaves a 10 pin. Dana looking for a double. Does get it. Hill takes care of her spare. Halfway through game 2 of round 2. Osik was leading after game 1 by 25, and Sabo was leading Hill by 35. Dana gets a strike there. Hill crosses over, leaves a 3-10. Baby split. Manini with a strike there. Looking to take care of the baby split. She does. So Ashley Hill takes care of her split. Stays clean. Sitting on 126 in the 5th with a spare in the 6th. Manini. It's a strike there. Gets her a double. Rena. Nice shot. Gives herself a turkey. Dana's up on 14 looking for a 4-bagger. Just got that. Rena leaves a 9-pin. Hello, the jet lags. Dana comes in high, leaves a 6-10. Rena takes care of her spare there. Serena's got 139, throws 6 with a spare in the 7th. Hill leaves just a 10 pin. Manini looking for a turkey. Leaves a 10 pin as well. Manini looking to take care of her 10 pin. She does do that. So she's sitting on 156 in the 8th. Can max out at 206. Nini will finish first. Gets the first one in the 10th. Hill takes care of her spare. So it looks like Dana will be advancing in a match with Osik and Manini. Manini will drop down to the contenders bracket. Rena strikes on 16. She did win this event last year. Dana Osik's won this 3 times in the past. So you get a good look at 2 past winners. If anyone else in the top 8 wins, they'd be a first-time champion. Rena leaves just a 10 pin. It's a strike in the 10th. Rena does open there. So she's on 187 and a 9th. Crossover there for Dana. Hill leaves a 610. Dana finishes with 234. Hill takes care of her spare. So Hill can finish at 2:22. Does get the first one in the 10th. Second one in the 10th.
So after this game, there will be 2 eliminated, correct?
Correct. All right, Hill finishes with 2:10.
And some-
2:20, sorry, 2:20. She was behind by 35. Serena's just going to basically have to keep the ball in the lane, and she's advancing. Serena gets a strike. 2 more will put her at 2:17. So Arena will be advancing, and Ashley Hill, her tournament is over.
Still a great run.
Okay, Arena does finish with a 7:10 there, but doesn't make a difference.
Got the count.
Gets herself to 2:15. That's plenty. Round 2 is done. We'll be moving on to round 3 here momentarily.
You're watching Neo Prism live streaming.
And Jen Couples, congratulations. $120 each. Our winners bracket is Ossip and Pollitt on 7 and 8. We have 2 contenders brackets going, 13 and 14, Walbaum and Sabo. And Manini versus Manini on 9 and 10.
Okay, round 4 is getting ready to get started. On the upper half, on 7 and 8, we'll have Ostic and Pollock. They are still in your winner's bracket. The winner of that match will remain in the winner's bracket. The loser will drop down to contender's bracket. Then on 13 and 14, we have Wallbaum versus Sabo. They are the two winners from last round in the contender's bracket, so the loser of this match will be eliminated from the tournament. The winner will stay in the contender's bracket and move on. There's a third match going, which is Manini versus Manini. We'll keep you updated on that. They are on 9 and 10. We can't reach there.
Mother-daughter.
Mother-daughter, yes. So the winner from the Manini match and Wallbaum Sabo will be in the next round.
Yes.
So Wallbaum starts off with a 7 count.
Nice shot.
Dana starts off with a straight. And Linda takes care of her spare. Nice shot there by Aaron.
Nice.
Sabo with a strike of her own.
Nice pickup.
Wallbaum comes in high. There's a 4-pin.
Seen a lot of those out there today, too.
Dana looking for a 4-bagger. Got it.
It's a good start.
Can't start much better. Aaron gets a strike there.
Nice.
There's Linda.
Came in a little light.
247.
Is that a 7 or is that an 8? I think that's an 8.
Yes, it is. I was looking at the monitor.
Gotcha.
That is a 248. Unfortunately, she opens there.
Dana looking to get her 5th. And there she goes.
Marina. Start with the turkey and then big split there. 6, 7, 10.
Fortunately, she doesn't get any pins.
Dana, streak stops at 4.
5, right?
Yes. Should get the front 5. Leaves a 2, 4, 5. Linda strikes. Linda's up on 13. Gets a strike there. There's Aaron. Comes in a little high, tries to trip it, leaves just a 10 pin. Aaron looking to take care of her spare.
Do you know what type of lanes these are? Like, are they
Brunswick. Synthetics, we mean?
Is that, did I say that right?
They're Brunswick synthetics.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, you can always tell Brunswicks, they got the lane or range finders down lane.
Gotcha.
Only people have them right now because they've trademarked them, and so the only ones you will see out and about are Brunswicks. Nice shot there. Now they've had these for a while.
Is that why they're starting to hook more?
And the longer you have them, the more they're going to hook. Good shot there for Arena. Dana leaves a 10 pin. Linda with the strike.
Nice.
Dana converts a spare. Again, these are 2 game matches. Dana.
Goes live for the second time on that lane.
2, 4, 5 again. Dana looking to take care of her spare.
Oh,
Does.
nice. It's a nice way of doing it too.
We got a 7-10 on 14. This will be a little harder.
Just a wee bit.
But makeable, according to your
It is.
philosophy.
I mean, have people made it before?
They have. She
Exactly,
gets
so
one.
then it's makeable.
Good shot there. Erin trying to climb her way back in there. All right, here's Erin up on 7. Rena leaves a 10 pin on 13.
Erin's looking for a turkey.
Speaking of 10 pins, she leaves 1. Rena takes care of her spare.
Good pickup.
Linda's up on 14. She gets a strike.
Nice.
Dana strikes. See if she can get up being light on 7.
See what adjustments she's making.
Here's Linda on 13.
Nice.
Great shot there. Gives her a double.
Still a little light.
Just can't get it to get up. Struggle was real.
Mm-hmm.
Marina. Does a nice strike on 14. Dana takes care of her spare. Dana's
Nice.
fill ball. So she did a ball change.
Which is a pretty smart idea.
Got that to come up better. Nice strike there. Good shot for Rena. Aaron was a strike.
Leaves just a 10 pin on 13.
Aaron comes in a little high and leaves a 3-pin or 6-pin. Linda
Close.
comes in high and leaves a 6-10. See this really quick, see if we can see what the score is. Looks like Rena finished 216. Linda gonna finish at 200. Dana finished 232 to 206.
Gotcha. So there's a 34 pin difference between Dana and Aaron.
Nope, 232 to 206.
Oh, got it switched around.
26.
Yeah, same thing.
Linda did take care of her spare 216 for Rena. She can get the 200 for Linda, so that would give Linda be down by 16 if she strikes here. She does do that.
Nice.
So 16 is the deficit for Linda.
Using a big word over here.
Deficit.
Yeah.
Dana starts off coming up a light again.
She does not like that lane.
No sevens. She's making them.
Exactly.
Here's Aaron.
Nice.
Strikes there. Rena with a strike. Easiest way to cut your deficit is strike a lot.
Yes, ain't that the truth? Or if you want to get done faster,
True.
strike a lot.
Aaron looking for a double. Comes in high, leaves a 4-7. Linda comes in high, leaves just a 6-pin. And Aaron takes care of her spare.
That works.
Linda does as well.
Hey, if you're making your spares, you know it's a good day. If you're not making your spares, it's a not so good day.
You're sitting over here beside me.
Exactly. I wasn't making my spares.
Dana with a strike. Linda as well.
Nice.
All right, this is game 2 of round 3.
2 more rounds?
Possibly 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
So the next round will feature the 2 winners left in the contenders bracket.
Yep.
And whoever's the winner in the winners bracket will just be going into the championship match.
We shall see.
Will it be Dana or will it be
Aaron?
correct? Dana comes in high there, leaves a 9-pin. Dana takes care of her spare.
Yes, she does.
Linda. That goes high. 6-10. Aaron comes in light. 2-8-5 or 2-5-8.
Set that out of order.
Because you normally go with the 2-8.
Yeah.
Good spare.
Nice.
Got a pair of spares. Linda takes care of hers. Aaron takes care of hers. Here's Aaron up on 7.
Nice. That works.
Linda with a big split there. 4-6. Dana with a strike there. And then they'll take her 1.
Gotta get count. That's what she did.
Rena started the game off with a nice turkey. Rena looking for a 4-bagger. He's got it.
Oh.
Dana with a big split. 4-9.
That's not a fun one.
No, it's going to help Aaron's cause a little bit. Aaron was down by 26.
Correct.
He's giving it a go.
Oh.
Got 1. Rena leaves a 10-pin there. See how close this score is. So Dana's got 88 in the 5th. Aaron's 57 in the 3rd with a strike. She gets the strike there. Rena opens.
She does.
So she misses her 10-pin.
It's hard to get those 10 pins, especially when the lanes are hooking more and more. Because then your spare ball starts to hook.
Gotcha. Gives Linda some hope. She comes back with a strike. Aaron gives her a turkey.
Nice.
So she's climbed back into this. Linda strikes there. Let's see what the score looks like there. So 117 for Arena. 67 in the 5th. But a double for Linda.
So it's pretty close.
Strike there for Dana. He comes in high there. Gets fortunate, leaves just a 3-pin. Sabo does take care of that spare.
Yep. Nice shot.
Dana gets a strike there.
That was on her.
Bad lane.
Yeah, exactly.
So that helps the cause. But Aaron's still
Strike.
making a fight out of this, yes. So after that open in a 6, Dana does have a double. Aaron's looking for a 4-bagger.
Nice.
Got it. Marina leaves a 10-pin on 13. Good spare for Sabo.
What was the difference between Linda and Rena?
16.
16. So this could be a very extremely close match.
And Linda just started off a little slow this second game. She started off with spare, 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 open, double, whereas Rena went 4-bagger, open. But then Rena's went, after the open, spare, spare. So Linda didn't get a turkey there, so she's trying to climb back in there.
She's trying to fight.
And Erin is got that 5-bagger, so she wants to strike, spare, spare, 5-bagger. Dana, spare, strike, open, double. Okay.
Nice.
Dana does strike there, strike there.
3 in a row?
It is. Just trying to make it tough on her. It looks like Linda's got 3 in a row too. Marina, she gets a strike. Trying to hold her off.
Trying to battle.
Dana with a strike there. So let's do some quick math here. So Dana could finish 238.
Yep.
And Aaron,
267.
238.67 would be 29. That would be enough. She's
Yeah.
26 back. If they both strike out, there's a strike for Aaron. Just got real interesting. Rena with another split.
Very hard split,
yes,
too.
that was a 4-6. So she's at 184 in the 9th. Linda can get the 247.
Or she can only max out in the 2 teams.
For,
Rena.
yes, she can get to 214. So Linda could come back and win this. There's a strike there. She's in the driver's seat. Aaron leaves a 10-pin. So her chances are a little slimmer, but still a chance. And the loser of that match will still be in a tournament. They'll just go down to the contenders bracket. Linda leaves a bucket. 113. So Linda looking to take up her spare. Aaron.
Leaves a 10 pin.
So Aaron finished 245.
So Dana could still win this.
Yeah, she's just going to need to keep.
She needs a double, right?
No. Because she's still plus 26.
So she just needs a mark.
And she's on a good lane. There's
Yes.
that mark. $222 for Linda. She was down 16. So 204 is the best Rita could do, which should make her short, because 16 put her at 220.
Yeah.
So Linda's going to advance. So Rena's days come to an end. Dana is looking to strike out. She gets to 238, which is plenty. Rena takes care of her spare. Rena needed a strikeout.
Yeah. Or at
Or
least get a double.
Yeah, she would need a double. So Dana is going to be your number 1 seed, or coming through here.
Yes.
She still remains in the winner's bracket. Aaron's going to drop down to the contenders bracket. She'll have a bye for this next round, or a wait. This next round will feature the winner of the Manini match and Linda.
Yeah.
So we'll find out who that is in a second. And we'll be right back.
You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly.
Aaron Follett will take on the winner, and Aaron, you can practice on 1 and 2 whenever you're ready. Just let us know. And Dana is our top bowler right now with no losses, and Dana will take on the winner of that next match.
Okay, Linda Wallbaum versus Manini. Was it Angie or Ashley?
Angie.
Angie.
Yep.
Mama beat daughter.
She did.
There we go. So Angie started off with a strike, and Linda with a strike spare. This is round 4.
There's 1, possibly 2 more rounds left.
Yes, 2. 2 more rounds. 2, possibly 3.
Oh, okay.
Because we have the winner of this will take on Aaron, who just
Oh,
lost to
yep.
Dana. And then the winner of that will take on Dana.
Gotcha.
Yeah, perfect. Spare there.
Nice.
So both of them start off with strike spare. So we're even.
Yes, we are. Nice.
Strike there. Netted with a good comeback last game.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
down 16 going into the last game and didn't look good starting out because we're gonna start off with that 4-bagger, but managed to stay in it and
Sometimes it happens.
get the
that way.
victory. 4-7 there for her. Gonna take care of her spare. She does do that. Leaves the 7-pin. Comes in a little light.
Sometimes those light ones are the best way to go.
Correct. Well, it's like the Aaron earlier. I thought on this pattern and this building that you either had to go light, get a mixer, or go really high flush.
Yeah.
Those other pocket hits just were not carry. Takes care of her spare.
Nice.
I like the purple in that jersey.
I do too. I have a jersey just like that.
In
Or
purple?
similar. Yeah.
Here's Angie. Comes in high, 3-6-10. Oh,
Oh.
chops the spare.
I thought I was going to knock it over.
I did too, but unfortunately she chops the spare. See how she bounces back after that open. Okay, it's the best way to bounce back.
Exactly. It's with a strike.
Linda's pacing Dutch 200.
I don't think I've ever actually got a Dutch 200.
Really?
Yeah. I've got close, but I always screw it up somewhere.
With either a double or two spares?
Yeah. It's usually two spares.
Not the double?
Sometimes it's a double. Most of the time it's usually the spares.
Gotcha. Linda leaves a 10 pin. How many times have we said that today?
A lot. Ten pins get annoying.
They do. Does take care of the spare. But you can't stay frustrated, and you still got to make them. So you can have 40 of them. You got to make them all.
That is
Or
true.
try to make them all. Okay, Linda up in sixth. I'm sorry. Yep. Spared in the fifth. Leaves another 7 pin.
Just came in a bit too light.
Aaron's practicing on lanes 1 and 2.
That's the warm-up pair?
Yes. Takes care of the spare. Guess it's technically not practice, it's the warm-ups.
Exactly.
You just stay warm over there.
Exactly.
Stay warm. It's a warm day.
It is. Thank God.
Angela looking for a double. Makes up for that open. Does get it.
Nice.
On lane 7. Searching for a turkey.
We love turkeys.
There,
Nice.
she's got one. Only on Thanksgiving.
Exactly.
Not a big fan of turkey.
Yeah, neither am. Well, I like turkey.
You had a turkey
but-
sandwich the other day.
No, I had a ham sandwich.
Oh, ham and turkey.
Ham, I love ham. Ham's different.
Like super thin ham or?
I like boar's head.
Gotcha.
It's the best ham there is.
All right, Linda looking to stay clean here. Does strike there. So Linda sitting on 115 with a strike in the 7th. She can finish 235.
So what'd you have
That's
to
what's-
average to
oops.
make cut today?
What was the cut? It was plus 11.
I think so.
So 1211. Where's that wonderful calculator you got?
Good question. I'm not sure.
Didn't you get one for Christmas?
I did.
No.
I actually have one of those nice calculators.
A scientific one?
Yeah. The T85s or whatever those are called.
201.
Interesting.
201.8. Good spare there for Linda. So 135 in the 7th for Linda with a spare in the 8th frame. Manini sitting on 68. in the fourth with a turkey looking for a 4-bagger. Gets it. 7 falls
Nice.
late, but got it. It's a way to rebound after an open.
Yes, it is.
Looking for 5. It's got it. So Manini answers her open with a 5-bagger.
Hey, that's a way of going.
She can finish 248. Here's Linda in the 9th. Went light, but works. Gets a strike there. Still get to 225 or 215. .215 for her. She can strike out. Comes in light there. Leaves a 7-pin. It's been a story of her day here on lane 7.
Yeah, she's left a lot of 7s.
Takes care of the 7. Max you can fish now, 195.
Yes.
That'll put her in a little bit of a deficit.
Still one more game to make it up.
Yes. She's going to do a ball change.
Do you believe that's a smart idea?
Yeah, you come up short every time on 7. You might want to. And 7 seems to be going longer anyways, because remember, Dana was short on 7 all the time.
That is true. I forgot.
So this is the ball change. Gets a strike there.
Hey, that's might be the way to go.
Okay, so 195 for Linda. Manini leaves a 10-pin. So she stops striking.
What does that put her at? It's 2. She could max out at 227 now? Correct?
Yep. Good math.
Don't ever doubt my math skills.
Take care of the spare first. Okay, got the spare. It's going to be in the 220s.
Yes. But remember, we also saw Linda come back
Sure.
last game as well.
Good point. Okay, 227 for
It's a good
Manini?
finish.
So she is up by 32.
Yep.
She was down by 16 last time and came back.
So we'll see if she could do it this time.
She has to do twice as much work because she's down by double the amount.
That is true.
And Linda just started on the wrong lane, I do believe. No, she's finished on that one, so she's good. Leaves the 2-4. Came in light again.
Did come in line.
See, I think if she doesn't get it over, we look at the rangefinder down lane there, kind of like where the G is on the kingpin.
Yeah.
If she gets it a little too far to the right of that,
It won't
no
come
shot.
back.
Yeah, it's just wants to hang a little bit. Okay, she does take care of her spare.
That's a good start.
She did have a clean game now.
She did. Or, are you sure?
Yeah.
I thought she had a split in there. I
No,
could be wrong.
Angie had to split.
I gotcha.
Or Angie had a 3-6-10. That she missed the 10. She got the 3-6. Good shot there for Angie. Starts off with a strike. Again, the winner of this match will take on Aaron Polik.
Yes.
Angie comes in high. Leaves a 4-7. Everyone's coming in light. She comes in a little high.
Honestly, I think I'd rather come in light than high. But you're...
Traditionally light, you're not going to leave a split. You can wash out if you go really light.
That is true.
But you're in a safer space coming in light.
Well, not necessarily. You could leave the 2-8-10.
True.
You see a
that
lot
is
of
a penalty.
those.
Okay. Good spare there.
So I feel like it really just depends.
If you go super light and ball deflects out, then you got 2-8-10 action going on.
Yeah. Or if you think you hit it just right and then end up leaving an 8-10.
Yeah, it's just that ball was DOA.
Mm-hmm.
It got there and did nothing. 2-10 is also possible, I guess. Here's Linda. Strikes there. So we're going to watch where this ball goes over this rangefinder down lane and we'll see what happens. Way outside of it, Sam.
And it just washes out.
Yep. 1, 2, 4, 10. Makeable.
It is.
And
I
it looks
made
really
it
cool when
before.
you make it, too.
If you were to give advice right now, what would you say?
To Linda?
Yeah.
If she feels like she's throwing it good, she just keeps missing it to the right. I'd have her move right a little bit
By
and
a
look a little
board
bit to
or
the left.
two?
I'm moving 2 and looking left because then she'll probably hit where she's hitting now
Gotcha.
and the ball will come over the top. If she feels like she's just throwing it out the window every so often, then she's going to clean that part up.
And then we'll talk.
Yeah, there's a strike there. Or if she feels like no matter what I do, I throw the ball to the right, then we're going to put a bigger piece in her hands that'll get back over the top.
That would make sense. Would you do a bigger solid or a bigger pearl?
Probably a mid-level solid. Because she's throwing a pearl now, it looks like. So I'd move up to it so it would pick up quicker.
Yeah.
but not be overreacting in the backside of the lane.
Gotcha.
All right, so there's the shot there. Comes in high, leaves a 9-pin. Looking to take care of her 9-pin. She does do that.
Nice.
Yep, there you go. There's over the rangefinder. There you go. Gets the 7 out.
Nice.
Still a little light,
But
so it
it's
tells her she
better.
needs to move her feet a little bit. But yes, the result was much better. Angie's in control of this one. Start with a strike spare double.
She just needs to stay about even with Linda. And
Strikes there. Yeah, if she strikes here for a 4-bagger, then I think she just needs to stay clean the rest of the way.
I agree. I think so.
That's in. Holds and strikes there for a 4-bagger.
Hey, that works.
Linda's going to need a lot of these.
A lot of X's.
A lot of hexes, yes. There's the first one. So she gets a strike there. Linda still can get to 248. That's a big shot. Ball got there and deflected out.
It
There's a
did.
5-pin. Looking to take care of the spare. She does do that. Linda did take care of her 5-pin. So 4-pin for Angela. Does take care of her spare.
Nice
So
shot.
strike on 7.
She's locked in.
Yeah, she's the one who's figured out 7 pretty quickly and has got it mastered. She gets you 259.
It's a big game.
Linda leaves a 10 pin. So Linda will be done. Manini will be taking on Pollock. Linda takes care of her spare.
Nice.
Angie's up in the 9th. Comes in, leaves a 4 pin. Good spare for Manini. She again will advance to take on Aaron Pollitt. Good tournament for Linda. Always does well in these events.
No doubts.
I think she finished about the same position at the Denver Queens.
She did?
Probably close. There we go, a little mixer there. She could finish 239.
That's a good game.
Comes in high, leaves a split. 4-6-7. Linda's gonna go ahead and
Finish it off.
just gonna wait for a shooter spare. Alright, Angie finishes 228. Linda strikes there. Gives her a double. Finish at 216.
Yep.
Another strike there.
Almost.
2:15 for Linda. So round 4 is in the books. Heading into round 5. It's going to be Pullet versus Manini. Be starting here momentarily.
Hello. Okay, we want to congratulate Linda Walbaum for taking 4th place, $263. Our next match is going to be on 11 and 12, Aaron against Angie.
Okay. Angie starts off with a double. Aaron starts off with a strike. First frame. Winner of this will take on Dana Hosick for the title. Dana's going to have to lose twice.
Yes.
Tough task.
So there could be anywhere from 2 to 4 games after this.
Yes. Won't be 3.
No.
That is the number you can take out the equation.
Well, technically, it's possible. 3.
How?
Because if you won the first one and then the other person had to drop out.
Yeah, okay.
So technically, it is
Okay.
possible.
All right, go with that. Get it? Nope. Leaves a 7 pin. Yes. It takes care of the spare. Angie looking for a turkey. Got it.
Nice. It's a good start. I think she's figured it out.
Just got a good look. Okay, 5 in a row. There's Aaron. Can't get the 7 to go. Good spare there. Right.
Really?
Aaron comes in high there. There's a 610. Got the spare.
Nice.
Aaron gets the ball down the lane pretty quick.
No doubts. Probably one of the fastest.
Yeah, it's moving pretty good.
What do you think the average weight these women are throwing?
For the tournament?
Or just like in general. Like, what do you think? Is it 14? Is it 15 pounds? Like, what do you think?
Probably 14.
You think so?
Yep. I'd be shocked if any woman out there was throwing 16.
You don't think there's none?
Again, I'd probably be shocked if it was. I'd be super shocked if it was more than one. Angie comes in high there and leaves a 610.
Are there any professional women bowlers that use 16?
Missy Parkin.
She does?
She used 16 forever.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's a new one.
There you go. Oh, got the spare.
Is that the only one?
I mean, I haven't looked at the women this year. I bet, or really in-depth look last year, but she was the last one that I knew that ever used was using 16.
Does Daria?
No,
She
I
has
think
a
they're all
pretty
15s.
Fast.
Yeah, but still, 16's a big, big bowling ball.
Yeah.
310.
feel
On
like
the
that's-
men's tour, there's only maybe a couple guys that use 16 still.
Because most of them have gone back down to 15.
I mean, most have been 15 for as long as I can remember. A couple of 14s in there.
I know of people that throw 14s.
You throw 14.
I do.
There you go.
But I'm saying like on the men's tour.
Who?
Stevie
Stevie.
Bodovinik.
No, well, he actually went back to 15.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he did. Good
Wasn't
spare.
he on 14?
He was.
For a while?
He was on a little 14 kick, but now he's okay. I'm talking about the big boy tour, big tour.
So you're saying that Steve isn't good?
I'm not. I didn't say that. I said he's not on the big. He's not on the big tour.
He's not on the big boy tour.
No.
Okay. What about Ryan Barnes? He's probably 15.
Yeah. His dad throws 16 now.
Chris does?
Mm-hmm. That's in and high. 6, 7, 10 for Aaron.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know anybody that throws 14. What Norm?
15.
He did throw 15?
Mm-hmm.
Same with Pete?
Yes.
Do you think
Get
they
it. Give it a run.
Do you think they didn't use 14s as often because of like a status thing?
No, well, and a lot of those guys back before, the 14 technology wasn't as good. Now it's catching up where it's
It makes more
close
sense
to get the, yeah, it's close to get the hit power, but there's still going to be a little stigma about throwing 14 versus 15. Okay, leaves a 7-pin there.
It's crazy the difference between throwing 15 and 14.
So Aaron's sitting on 130 in the 7th on that open. Manini's got 157 in the 6th with a 9 spare. Up in the 8th frame. He's got it. Nice shot there. All right, Aaron, after that open, 8th frame, still gets a 220. Leaves a 7-pin again. Good spare there. So now we're down to 210 for Aaron. $267 for
She's on fire.
Angie. Yes, she's bowling very well.
She is on fire.
Four pin. Spare taken care of.
Nice.
She's down 199.
I have to say, that's a brutal. 199, 299, that's a brutal score. In my opinion.
199 and 299.
Yeah, because you're.
What about 99?
Well, that too. Because you're one pin off.
Huh? Good strike there.
I didn't think of the 99.
I hope you aren't one short of 100.
I almost was a
Uh-huh.
couple of weeks ago.
Comes in high.
See, the splits are killers.
They can be, most definitely. Come at the wrong time.
Oh, yeah.
So Angie can finish at 230. Go, picked it up.
That's awesome.
Converted. Well, she didn't finish at 230. She's going over the top of that number. So she can get into the 240s. I told you she's going to pick it up.
You did not. You didn't say a word.
That was awesome.
That was awesome.
Keeping a clean game.
We love that.
Comes bounces back with a strike. 244. So Aaron, if she strikes out, get to 199 and be down by 45.
It's going to be a jump. She
It's going to be a
needs
challenge, that's for sure. Oh, no, breaks up to 710.
So we could put another clean game into the books.
For Angie?
Yeah.
Yes. No, there we go. Nice strike there. All right, one more puts her at 99 and gets her down to that being only down by 45. Can't trip it. 198, 46 back. Okay, game two. Angie's going to start out up 46. Comes in high there. Good spare there. Just doing a little talk with
Chit-chatting.
Lori Course, who's got this book that has all the winners and all the history of this tournament.
Oh yeah.
And back to the first one, very first winner in 2004, way back in 2004.
Wasn't even born yet.
No, you weren't. It was Vicky Hansen.
Yeah.
And in second place was Allison Range. Third place was Lori Course. Exactly. And the history of it, so it's been going 21 years.
That's just insane. I love the fact that she has that record.
Oh, absolutely. Nice shot there. So, it's turning around quickly. Manini starts off with a spare open strike. And Aaron starts off with a double. So she's trying to cut that lead down.
I have a question. So, what if they tie? What is the tiebreaker?
I think it's going to be 9/10 frame roll off.
Gotcha. I wasn't sure if it was a whole game or what.
Well, see here. It's a very good question. Not that I'm rooting for one or the other, but I'd prefer not to see a tie. Unless it is 9/10 frame, because then it's really intense.
That is true. Those are scary. Especially to bowling. Oh my god.
I'd rather just one ball. Let's do one ball. Let's get it on.
No, I'd rather do 9th and 10th frame. I have screwed up many times because of a one ball roll off. Once in PBA Junior.
There you go. Okay, we got a 10 pin for Erin. She takes care of the spare. Okay, Aaron's looking to get another strike here.
She's fighting.
She is fighting. Oh, leaves a 7 pin. So 9 and a wiggle.
I have to say, I like these head-to-head matches. They're very intense. Very interesting. Am I wrong?
No, I'm not saying you are. Dana is warming up on the warm-up pair. Get herself ready. We'll be on 5 and 6 for our first crack at the championship.
Could be the first and last, or it could be the first and
Of
more
two.
to come.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good spare there for Aaron. 68 and a third with a spare in the fourth. All right, Angie Manini. Gets a strike there. Here's Aaron. And just continue the strike. Strike there for Aaron. So Aaron with 88 in the fourth, strike in the fifth. Comes in high, but
Leaves a 7.
blower 7. It's a good shot.
Seen a lot of those 7 pins.
Yeah. 7s, 10s, 10s, 7s.
Oh, yeah.
Then 4, 6, 10s, 4, 6, 7s. So you got the spare. 108 in the fifth, strike in the sixth. Angie started off with a spare, open, and a turkey. Looking
That's a
for
way to bounce back.
4-bagger, yeah. Looking for the 4-bagger. Got it.
Awesome sauce.
She wants to take on Dana. Dana put her in this bracket because they met earlier and Dana beat her.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was not
That
paying
was
attention.
in.
That was probably first round.
Nope. That was.
Second round?
Yeah, probably was second round. You're right. Somewhere in there.
Of course. Always right.
I think. Manini. Maybe not. Yep. Second round.
Gotcha.
Well, actually, she put both of these players in this one because she put Pollock in round 3. She put her in this
Oh,
round.
she
So
did.
it's going to have to hurry. Leaves a 5-8. What do you think of that jersey?
I'm a fan.
I like the colors.
I do too.
Nice spare. So clean game so far for Aaron. That comes in high, leaves a 6-pin. She just couldn't put together a long string of strikes to get herself back into this. Whereas Angie has, after she had that open.
Yeah, Angie's been stringing those together.
Oh, and an open there. That all about does it
Yeah, I think Angie is going to take on Dana.
for the title of the 2025.
Colorado Springs Queens.
There you go. The 21st year version. That if Dana wins, that'll be her fourth one. Oof. There's a pin there. If Angie wins, that'll be her first one. And Angie's got a big hill to climb.
Oh, yeah.
She's going to have to beat Dana twice. Not the easiest of tasks.
No.
But we did see at the Denver Masters this year, Kelso had to beat. Trying to think, I can see his
Was it
face.
Zach Cook?
Yep. Had to beat him twice.
Yeah. Nice shot. She's feeling comfortable.
Strike there. So Erin is going to finish first. She can get to 214. Angie's already sitting at 195. Plus she won the first, or led by 46 after one. Good shot there. So all right, 6-pin there, 9 count.
Good ball.
Very good. Got spare. 203. Angie's already sitting on 215. Okay, we're going to head into our championship match. We'll be back in just a moment.
Okay, we have a big congratulations out to Aaron Pollitt, who took third place. $355. Congratulations. And our next match is going to be Angie against Dana on lanes 5 and 6.
Okay, our championship match. Again, Dana has to lose twice
Yes.
for Angie to be your champion. Should be starting here momentarily. There we go. There's the high five and the hug.
Just had to wait a second.
Yes. Angie's going to start. That's in.
Is it a
3, 6,
little
10.
hard?
Looking to take care of the spare. Does do.
Nice.
Yes. Super happy about it.
I love that energy.
Yes. All right, here was your leader. She led the tournament plus 222. Hasn't lost in match play. Having a great day?
Yes.
Starts off with a 7-pin.
Came in light.
So with a spare, we will be tied. Okay, Dana takes care of her spare. Dana leaves another 7-pin.
Needs to make a small adjustment.
Okay, spare for Dana.
Nice.
So she starts off with a pair of spares. Spare, spare. Angie comes in light. 2-8. Nope, just a 2-pin.
It's a lot better than the 2/8s.
So with a spare here, we are still tied. Does take care of the spare. That's in. Leaves a split 4, 6, 7. This is tough position for Angie. She's feeling it a little bit, I think.
I don't blame her.
Yeah.
I would be too.
Gets 2. Dana comes in high. She leaves a split.
Y'all aren't supposed to copy each other.
No. This is a little easier than the one Angie had.
That is true.
She gets 1. Gets her up. So Dana's up by 1. Comes in. So there's your strike.
Just needed to speak. Back down.
Okay, Angie with a double.
Double to get you out of trouble.
You ask, you shall receive. Dana looking to get her first strike of the match. She does.
Just needed to talk, I guess.
Yeah. All right, Dana with a double. Anything else you'd like to see? Seems like you asked for strikes now.
Yeah, y'all should thank me. I'm just kidding.
300 next game?
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. What about they both get a 300 next game?
Wouldn't that be something?
That would be.
Okay, 3-bagger for Angie.
Also known as a turkey.
Oh, there you go. Chop the 10 out. So 4-bagger. So
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
spare. Open 4-bagger for Angie.
It's got crazy.
Dana looking. She gets a strike.
They're all just trying to copy each other.
So Dana with the turkey now. Looking for a 4-bagger.
And Angie with a double dibble.
Oh, there we go. 4-bagger
They're
or double.
really putting the pressure on each other.
Yes. Here's Angie. make it a 5-bagger.
They're going insane.
Looking for 6. Got it.
Nice.
Triple double.
Triple double. To get you out of trouble.
She can get to 255. To 246.
Sounds right.
Just trying to keep up with her. Gets a strike there.
It's got interesting.
So they both are striking the foundation. Dana's going to finish first. First one in the 10th.
So if she strikes out, she's putting the pressure on Angie.
Yes. And again, this is just game one.
Yeah.
This is super impressive. Both start off with spare, spare. Then they both open in the third. Dana spares. And then it's got this run going. Angie starts with the strike and gets the run going. So that's just the difference between the two.
Oh.
And leaves a 7-10 there.
Wasn't expecting that.